He holds a bachelor's degree in information technology from the University of the Immaculate Conception in 2011 and a Master's of Science in Information Technology from the Ateneo de Davao University in 2016. His experience include application developer and advisor in the Ateneo de Davao University Research and Information Systems and Software Engineering Laboratory, or the ARISE and Lab. He is also a university faculty in the Computer Studies Cluster Information Technology Department of the Ateneo de Davao University. Also, he is a freelance system developer for online and local companies. His skills include research development, UI/UX design and creation, app development using Flutter, PHP and JavaScript frameworks, mobile development with Android, database management, and web development using CMS. Help me welcome our resource speaker for today, Sir Patrick Angelo Paasa. Good morning, Sir Patrick.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ma'am Dana. Let me just share my screen first.
Yes,
Good morning,
sir.
everyone. All right, so thank you very much for first and foremost, good morning, Ma'am Dana. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is well. I hope everybody is well acquainted, well seated sa kanilang mga offices. Thank you very much for this chance to be with you guys this morning. So good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well. I welcome all who are listening in this webinar. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the DICT Region 10 Basulta for inviting me in this webinar and giving me the stage to talk about this topic today. Okay, it's one of the topics that previously I tried to avoid somehow. Ina-avoid ko tong topic na blockchain, or I simply hate it before. Okay, before. One, I somehow have a trouble in, I was still immersed in the software and system development world. So, ang saya kasi pag, if you really love your work, for example, as a developer, I really love my job as a developer. Somehow, hindi ko na-feel na trabaho siya. So, I was fully immersed in the development side of IT. So, hindi ko siya tinitingnan yung blockchain technology. Coding and trying out new frameworks and testing it in different cycles and platforms was my main focus years ago. Okay. It still is my focus today. Okay. Number two, I tried to avoid it because just like any other topic, okay, or things, we try to avoid or hit it because we don't have enough information on what it is. So, tulad ng blockchain. So, I somehow did not take a look at it at first because I did not have the full information of what I have or ano yung kailangan ko malaman regarding blockchain. I was allergic to it because all I heard about was tokens, okay, cryptocurrency. Palagi na lang Bitcoin, palagi na lang Ethereum, and all of those different cryptocurrencies. So naging allergic ako somehow. Okay. True enough, it's never too late to investigate and understand it. So when I got a hold of understanding not just crypto, but rather blockchain, dun ko na appreciate what is it. Okay, that's decentralizing with blockchain. Okay, so for today, I will be talking about the blockchain technology. Okay, but let's first level the field for now because we are. I think we are coming from different walks of life, different backgrounds. So my overall goal as your research speaker is to give you an insight and understanding on what is blockchain. Okay, what is blockchain? What is blockchain technology? Meaning, at the end of today's seminar, my overall goal, or at the end of today's webinar, my overall goal, you would have an open mind, a better perspective of blockchain technology. In a way, you won't be allergic to the term. Okay, so yun yung overall goal ko. So, so this webinar is about, not about cryptocurrency. Okay. However, okay, so stop muna. However, we can't simply not talk about crypto without talking about blockchain because in reality, cryptocurrency, ang technology behind it becomes successful because of the blockchain technology. So pag-uusapan natin yung blockchain technology. The technology behind crypto, Bitcoin, Ether, tokens, NFT is blockchain technology. This is the reward when you are part of the decentralized internet. Okay. So familiar tayo, some of us are familiar with this one, somehow Bitcoin. So palagi natin niririnig, Bitcoin investment, etc. Bitcoin is one of the very first implementation of the blockchain technology. So yun yung back end niya. Kumbaga, kung sa development pa, yun yung back end niya ng cryptocurrency, blockchain technology. But we are not talking about these things as a market. Okay, hindi na rin pag-uusapan yung market. Speaking of market, we are not going to talk about token stocks or how to invest in one. Okay, so it is exciting. Somehow it's a roller coaster ride once you are in the market of trading and using crypto. It's a really roller coaster, up and down market. A lot of highs and expectations. A very roller coaster ride somehow. Now, if you are going to search in YouTube of how to invest in one, you will get some information. You will get a lot of information. Okay, but if you are going also to search in YouTube of how volatile or gano ka fearful the market crash of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin bubble, the crypto bubbles, all of those things, you will also get some information. Bottom line is, in today's webinar, we are not going to talk about the market. Okay, let's not talk about the market muna. Okay, na what may or may not happen to the market. Okay, so let's just talk about the technology behind it. It's about the technology behind this emerging and evolving technology, which is blockchain. And lastly, we are not here to talk about how to mine Bitcoins or how to mine coins. Okay? How to mine Bitcoin, how to mine Ether, Solana, and Binance coins. Hindi yun. Okay? Because anyone can mine. Okay? Anyone, as long as you have the right resources. I mean to say, you can be part of anyone could be part of the decentralized internet, the decentralized system. But again, this is not for today's topics. We will not be talking about the importance of these. We will be talking about the importance of these miners, the nodes. Okay, but we are not going to talk about how to set up a computer or a rig or paano ba i-set up si Raspberry Pi or a PC, virtualization and all of those things para tayo magmamine. So hindi yun kasali sa aking or ating pag-uusapan ngayon. So it's all about mining. Yes, it's important to talk about, pero not in a sense na mag-set up tayo. Paano yung set up? So hindi yun kasali. But importante that we discuss that mining is part of this blockchain operation. Para mag-operate si blockchain. Right, so this is the flow of today's discussion, okay, of today's webinar. The morning we'll have questions. Okay, we'll answer some questions. We answer these questions so that in the afternoon we have somehow actions. Okay, so we answer ano tong blockchain. Okay, first and foremost, kailangan mo nating ilatag muna that we understand what is this blockchain, why we need to know it, okay, why we need to understand it now. Okay, as early as now, right now it's already been around for how many years? Why we need to understand it now, and how does blockchain work? So nakita ko kanina in the Mentimeter set questions on the expectation. Yes, I will answer how does blockchain work. Okay, now having those answered this morning, we will take it into action in the afternoon by a little demonstration. So you can also join in later on by using the tools that I'll be showing this afternoon. So para makita nyo how a blockchain technology works. Okay, so merong mga simulation, virtualization, and how does it work? Okay, but somehow we will not be doing parang a cryptocurrency na in effect. Okay, again, we are going to talk about the blockchain technology. Paano ang decentralization of data? Okay, a bit of spoiler. We are not going to do cryptocurrency trading on the afternoon. Just the way blockchain technology stores and manage data para makita ng lahat. Okay, we are going to visualize and implement how the blockchain works in a controlled manner. Okay, now once we see how blockchain works, a better view somehow of how it works, kasi na visualize na natin, we will then talk about some different transactions or case study implementation. So sino na ba ang nag-implement ng blockchain? Aside sa Bitcoin, okay, aside sa mga Ether, aside sa cryptocurrency, meron bang ibang implementation? Okay, yes, there is. Okay, and there are different institutions that have done research on how to implement blockchain technology in their side of the transaction. Okay, in the afternoon also, you will likely answer the evolved forms of blockchain. Okay, kahit na sa ating part, blockchain is quite new, but in reality, it's already been around for the other markets or the other countries. Okay, so grabe na ang involvement niya. Okay, so what we heard from here, somehow, in the Philippines, for example, we only knew about blockchain because of crypto. But in reality, marami na siyang different implementation. Okay, so we will also be talking about it. At the same time, bakit siya hindi na, kung ganun siya kaganda, okay, why is it not yet implemented here? What are the challenges in the current era? What are the challenges specifically, for example, implementing it in the Philippines? So pag-uusapan din natin yan. Okay. So I hope everybody is okay with this morning questions and afternoon actions. So para we can begin. Okay. So first and foremost is we need to answer. Again, some of you may not have a what you call this, a understanding of blockchain, but a little bit of background. I'd like you, for those who are here in the Zoom meeting, I'd like to invite everyone to please answer. Ito, Mentimeter din to, okay? So that I could have a better understanding on your background, in short. Okay, so mas maganda if I also know, okay, your backgrounds. So in the chat box, I have provided, for those who are here in the Zoom meeting, in the chat box, I have provided a mental link. I hope you guys could answer that. So what is your background? For those, these are just 3 questions. Hopefully, those who are here in the Zoom meeting, you can answer. I can see that some of you are students, some of you are database controller, there is a lawyer, there's a teacher, graduate of computer engineering, psychology, computing, so varying backgrounds. Ang ganda. There is also an IT instructor, agriculture, chief of staff, government employee, procurement assistant, capstone advisor, and all those things. So ang daming varied background. So ang ganda. So tumatay yung balihibo ko because ibig sabihin nito, everyone, regardless of background, is really into understanding this field, quite curious in this field. So that's the first step. Okay, and a lot of you, and some or majority of the Zoom meetings somehow are students, teachers, and government employees. So I welcome everybody in walks of life, in all walks of life, in short. Okay, so yun yung ito yung pinakamagandang avenue for webinars, seminars, to understand certain topics that somehow confuses us. So thank you very much for your questions. The next question is, ang dami pang sumasagot. Yes, it could be, hindi mo kailangan maging IT to learn about blockchain technology, okay? Or to be part of blockchain technology. In reality, lahat naman ng ini-implement ng mga IT or IS developers, or the developers out there, software and web applications developer, lahat naman ng ginagamit nila is ang end users are not IT developers or IT. Okay? Lahat ng end users ng ating tayo ng mga IT developers, the end users are not really in my background ng IT. Okay? So it is highly essential to gain trust to a new technology, lalo na pag alam mo kung ano siya, kung ano yung klaseng tinatawag natin na how does this work? How does this technology work? So yun yung pag-uusapan natin ngayon. Okay? The second question is, are you familiar with blockchain? So there are just three answers here. Okay? Yes, somewhat yes. Okay? And no. Okay? Somewhat yes, ibig sabihin, may idea ako. Okay? kung yes talaga, ibig sabihin lang yun, you might have a thorough understanding on how blockchain works. So I'm just going to somehow again level the field, my understanding also. Okay, so a lot of you guys answered somewhat yes. I cannot drag this. Somehow I cannot drag this thing here or itong Mentimeter papunta sa ating link. Baka kasi mag-stop yung pag-record ng answers. Yes, so majority answered somewhat yes. The next winner of the answer is itong somewhat yes naman. Okay, so it's okay. Okay, so it's much better if you have a perspective. It's much better if you have an idea of what this is. Maybe it's crypto, maybe it's Bitcoin. If it's no, then also better. If it's yes, also better, also best. Okay. The next question, the last question. Don't worry. Pagkatapos nito, we will start in defining what blockchain is. The last question is, okay, when we say blockchain, pag sabihin natin blockchain, ano yung unang mag-pop sa mind nyo? What pops first in your mind? It's all about crypto. It's all about crypto. It's all about trading. It's all about transaction and NFT games, trading. Tama. Transaction, yes. Centralized data, decentralization of data, business technologies, yes. Okay. But majority answered crypto. Okay. At meron pang tinatawag na crypto games, meron pang tinatawag na trading, sinabi ko, tama nga, no? Sinabi ko ng trading. So it's Bitcoin, pero majority, it's about Bitcoin scammer. May sumagot pa ng Bitcoin scammer. Let me just show you guys. So yeah, so yun yung mga sinasabi nyo. So trading, business chain, cryptocurrency, mining games, business technology, Bitcoin, trading, cryptocurrency, Axie Infinity, yes, that's one of a crypto game. Okay, mining games, trading, business chain, Bitcoin scammer. So all of this is correct. Okay, so they might say na scam si Bitcoin, scam si crypto. Okay, in the early days, may mga hindi naman siguro sa scam. Scam is a strong word. There are just some insights that you need to investigate. Okay, so thank you very much for your answers. All are correct, and have deemed me para at least ma-understand ko yung somehow background ng karamihan. Okay, so thank you very much for the answer. So next is we need to answer ano to? Ano ba tong tinatawag natin na blockchain? Okay. So blockchain is the underlying technology. Okay, it's a ledger, yes. May binabasa ko rin yung chat box. It's a ledger, it's a digital ledger. So yes, blockchain is the underlying technology of a number of digital cryptocurrencies. So crypto, digital money. Okay, it's not money that is provided by Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. It's a money created by the internet, by the people. Okay, and that currency is could be used for you to purchase virtual objects or virtual things, or actually meron din iba na makabili ka talaga ng actual object, okay, or an item. Okay, so blockchain is ito yung underlying technology of all this digital cryptocurrency. What made it possible. Now think of blockchain technology as a new type of database, okay, a new culture, or a new database culture, a new tradition of storing data. Okay. Yun yung blockchain technology. Yun yung back-end niya. Okay, so blockchain is a chain of blocks by the word itself actually. Okay, that stores information with digital signatures in a decentralized or distributed network. So from the keywords here, store information, meaning it's basically a database. A database stores information, stores data. Okay, so ang ating mga username and passwords sa, for example, Facebook, Gmail, and all of those things, okay, galing sa isang database. Okay, or is housed inside a database. Okay, so blockchain, since it's just stores information, it's basically a database, simple database with digital signature. Meaning it's basically a secure data, since every time you place something in the blockchain, every time you place data or information inside a blockchain, it is encrypted. Okay, using different algorithms for cryptography. Okay, in a decentralized network, meaning it's basically a redundant and secure database. Okay, maraming mga copies of the database, decentralized database. Now, that may be a very oversimplification, but let's all agree to that it's basically a modern way or a new way to implement a database. So it's a modern or an emerging technology. Okay? Kasi nga ginagamit na siya, or it's a new profound, it's a new culture to record, to store information inside a database. It's a new way to implement a database structure. Okay? So what separates it? So yun yung inask ko before. What separates this technology from the technology we have now? Okay. So what is blockchain different from technology? What is blockchain technology different from MySQL database? What is blockchain technology different from MS-SQL, from using Firebase, Firestore, and all of those different databases that we are using? Yes, it is decentralized. Okay. So let's talk a bit back. So balik muna tayo. Before natin pag-usapan how beautiful decentralized blockchain is, pag-usapan muna natin the first emergence of the internet. Okay. So we need to understand all of these things. Ano yung Web 1.0 or Web version 1, then Web version 2, and then Web version 3. Now, by thorough research, there is also a talk na meron ng Web 4, but let's have a consensus that we are just going to talk about first, or dito muna tayo, mag-limit muna tayo sa Web 3. Okay? Web 3 is the more emerging one. It is the now. It is being implemented and thoroughly researched now. So pag-uusapan natin sa Web 3. Okay? Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin this week. Okay? All topics for this week is about Web 3. Okay? So Web 1 muna. So let's just compare each and every technologies for Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. Ano yung kaibahan ng ibang ito? Because blockchain is Web 3. Pero ano ba yung sa Web 1 and Web 2? Right, so Web 1 was the first implementation of the web. 1989. Baga, baby internet. It was the first form of the internet. It was from 1989 up to around early or mid 2005. It was defined as read-only internet. Okay. For those who are familiar with this one, okay, I have also this sa bahay. Okay. Encyclopedia. Okay. I still have one. Okay. What you see is what you get somehow. So in case na merong update or merong bagong information, you need to purchase a new one. Okay. Yun yung before actually. So the problem or challenge with Web 1 is that number one, we can't provide or contribute information. We are just readers. Okay? We are just consumers. Okay? We are just consumers of content. We simply, ito yung problema somehow, we simply trust the web authors or webmasters of the websites para ma-provide tayo ng mga accurate and unbiased data, which is not always true. Okay? Pag meron talagang human intervention, okay, there will always be question somehow of biased data. Okay? So I'm not saying Web 1 is dead. Still out there. Meron pa rin mga websites na hindi na-update. You can just search around mga websites na talaga what you see is what you get. You can't contribute, you can't communicate with the website. You just basically just went into the website, go to the URL and links, click the links and all of those things. So, yun lang. Wala kang magagawa kundi mag-consume ng data, mag-consume ng information. Yun lang. So the limitations of that, quickly enough, Web 2 came in hot, okay? Because of the limitations of Web 1. The second generation of the web, okay, started out around 2004. Okay? It was the read and write web according to Dale Dockery. Okay. Web 2 or web version 2 is the business revolution in the computer industry. Okay. Web 2 made us participate and collaborate more. Okay. We actually dictated that Web 2 is should be free. Okay. Importante yun na malaman nyo na Web 2 is actually we dictate that we the users dictated na dapat ang Web 2 is free. Lahat ng gagawin natin is free. Okay. Encyclopedia becomes Wikipedia. Okay. Where you can be allowed to be the creator or editor of certain contents. Well, after peer reviews and all. Okay. Just like, for example, last, I think, September 8, Queen Elizabeth died. Okay. So automatic, wala pang 24 hours, the Wikipedia page of Queen Elizabeth already is updated. So ganun kabilis. If this encyclopedia, maghihintay pa tayo ng next round ng publisher para ma-print yung when that Queen Elizabeth died. Okay? But in Wikipedia, anyone, okay, as long as syempre ma-validate muna. Okay? Web technology or Web 2 is technology centric, okay? Meaning it becomes a platform for softwares or system. Okay? So a lot of dati, for example, Excel, Word, all of this, we can only use this if we install yung mga CD. Okay? Na merong Microsoft Office, merong Word, merong Excel. But now, because of the emergence of Web 2, we can use those platforms, we can use those software even without installing them. Because we have online, for example, Google Sheets, online MS Word or MS Word, Google Docs, and Google Sheets, and Microsoft Excel. So all of those things. So wikis, blogs, podcasts, etc. was made possible because of Web 2. Okay. Web 2 is also business-centric, meaning it becomes a way for businesses to reach more audience. Okay. It also means the emergence of new type of businesses or different but widely accepted business transactions or norms. Yung mga dating hindi siya business, pero naging business. Okay? So, for example, Shopee, Lazada, and FB Live selling. Okay? So, because of Web 2, different certain businesses were made possible because of Web 2. Okay? They could reach more. Okay? They could reach more audience. Okay? Web 2 is also user-centric. Okay? Meaning it allowed us to connect with different people all around the world. Okay? Na dati, ginagawa natin sa payphone. Okay? Pero I'll not be talking about payphone anymore. Okay? From connecting to networking. Okay? To outright selling of goods and services. Okay? Lahat kaya gawin sa Web 2. Okay? Facebook has become I could say, a magnetic platform for this one. Now, Facebook started in the year 2004, right when it all began. Okay? We are in Web 2. We are currently and extensively using it especially. Okay, we are using Web 2 extensively, especially during or when the pandemic hit. Okay, lahat tayo natuto paano gumamit ng mga payment services. Lahat tayo gumawa ng, or halos lahat tayo gumawa ng payment services or payment services accounts like GCash, Paymaya, and all of those payment services. Kasi kailangan nating mag-adapt. Okay, but like all things, it has its limitations. Okay. Web 2 has its limitations, which include interconnectivity and knowledge sharing. Okay. All information that we have, Facebook and Google, are housed in one or two or three powerhouse industries. Yung binanggit ko lang ngayon. Facebook, for example, Google, YouTube. So they have a lot of information about us. They have a lot of things that they knew about us. Okay. Web 3 is the modern and evolutionary topics for Web 2 or web, for example. Version 3, if you note, sprouted just 2 years after Web 2 in 2006. It was coined as the executable or semantic web. Okay. The basic idea of Web 3 is to define the structured data and link them. Okay, lahat ng data i-link together. Okay, effective discovery, automation, integration, and reuse across various applications. So hindi lang siya, for example, if gagamit ka ng Facebook, Facebook lang yung gagamit, pwede mong gamitin. But it should be in a way that there is interoperability. Okay? But ibang application can connect. Okay? Iba't ibang application could connect. So medyo marami nga. So machine learning, okay? Artificial intelligence, okay? Machine learning, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, okay? And blockchain are the big guns of Web3. Okay? Simula na noon. Nagsimula na noon. All these topics this week is about Web3 and the need to study them. Okay? Konti pa lang yung somehow alam natin, we are still in the way of researching a lot of different things on how to implement this. Yes, we are indeed enjoying. Okay? Ini-enjoy na natin yung perks ng web version 2. Okay? But siguro iniisip natin, okay, if we are enjoying it, why change? Okay? Why change everything if it's working? That is it. Whether we like it or not, okay, Web3 will transform how we use the web. Okay? How we want to use the web. Okay? So, hindi siya, kumbaga, hindi natin siya maiiwasan, but we will implement it later, sooner or later. Okay? So, okay. If why do we need to change or adapt to Web3 sooner? So bakit natin kailangan pang baguhin? So think of these three implementations today. So centralized system. Okay. The national ID, the license ID, which is kung nakikinig ka sa news. Okay. Ang daming issues regarding licensing. Okay. Or any ID. Okay. How can one determine if one ID is fake or not? Okay. If magpaparenew ka ng ID, saan ka pupunta? Sa isang office, isang centralized office. We simply ask the person of authority who is in charge of safekeeping, okay, all of this information. We trust this entity. Okay. We simply go to that authority para i-check, i-verify kung fake ba to or not itong ID. Meaning we have a central authority of all of this information. So itong mga IDs natin. Okay. Email. Okay. Our user accounts, social networking accounts, they are all centralized. All data are stored centrally. Okay. Meaning, the Facebook has its own, what you call data centers. Okay. They have their own data servers. Google has their own data servers all across the globe. Okay. Hindi lang siya limited na ang data center. Ito yung mga data center, itong background na to. This is what a data center is. Okay. And all our data are stored in each or one of these servers. Okay. And redundantly. Okay. If something went wrong, let's say, for example, a system update or a systematic attack. Okay. Diba, remember, I think just this year, merong point na hindi natin nagamit si Facebook because there was a systematic attack. Okay. Or unwanted programs, which siguro nabalitaan nyo regarding sa isang sa isang agency. Hindi daw mabagal yung pag-renew ng mga licenses, renew ng mga certification and all of those things because the provider, the IT provider, discussed na meron daw problema sa PC mismo, not the system, the PC. So there are unwanted programs that affects the computers handling these transactions. Okay, on the central server or node PC. Okay, kaya na-halt, okay, kaya na-pause yung usage of the application or service. Okay. Okay, I remember when I have meron akong money sa aking e-wallet. Okay, and I can't even use it. Okay, kasi nag-text sa akin na ang e-wallet na yon nag-down daw yung ilang server, nag-down yung ilang service. So parang in a sense, parang hostage, di ba? Na hindi mo magamit yung pera mo, hindi mo magamit because nag-down yung server nila. Bottom line of this is that all this, we point to a central authority that manages and controls the data. Masama ba to? Hindi naman. Okay? They are just hiccups. Okay? They have the power of our data. They have the power of what to do with our data. Katulad ng narinig nyo sa video. So for those who have trouble in viewing the video, understanding the video, I have already provided the link in the YouTube link sa Google chat box. You may review on it later on. So thank you very much. So so we are in the centralized system. So ano ba itong blockchain? Okay, so let us answer why. Okay, so to answer why we need to understand or take a special consideration, okay, special understanding and consideration about blockchain. It is decentralization. Decentralization of requirement, decentralization storage, decentralization mechanism. Okay, so why? So disclaimer, not all, okay? Disclaimer, not all problems or transactions must be implemented with blockchain. Hindi lahat. Okay, later, in the afternoon, may papakita ko sa inyo a very good study which I found when I was doing research on blockchain. It's a guide para siyang table of truth, okay, para implement ka ba or hindi ng blockchain. Pag-usapan din natin yung this afternoon. Again, blockchain is a chain of blocks that stores information with digital signature in a decentralized network. Okay? Blockchain in Web3 means we, tayo, the users, and together with other users can store data. Okay? There is no central manager of the data. Decentralization reduces the risk of data corruption, fraud, and manipulation, since everyone that is part of the blockchain network is keeping track of the changes of the data. Okay? So, compare natin yung centralized data. So, si Google, si Facebook, big guns of the tech world, meron silang data centers. So, gagawin lang ng blockchain is that instead of data servers, okay, instead of data centers na nakalagay sa isang building, okay, ang gagawin ng blockchain is ikaw, if you have a computer at home na hindi ginagamit, connected sa internet, and you want to be part of the blockchain technology, you just need to quote unquote, hindi sa sign up, hindi proper term yung sign up, but rather you want to sign up, for example, that your computer para siyang ipaparent mo sa blockchain network para maging isa sa mga data servers. So that is an oversimplification, but really that's really it. Okay, instead of data centers, we have people around the world to be the data server, to become the data server. So yun yung blockchain technology. Okay, but so how does this work? How does blockchain technology work? Okay, blockchain. Right, so let's make it clear muna. What is a block? Okay, and why is it attached with a chain? Bakit siya attached sa chain, blockchain? Okay, each transaction or data are stored in a block. Okay, figuratively. Okay, hindi naman talagang mayroong block na ilalagay sa computer mo. So figuratively, it's a block. Okay, okay. It could be a page or a record, okay, a database record. But for visual representation, it's a block. Okay, a block that contains at least 3, okay, key components. These are the key components: the data, the hash, and the previous hash. Okay. Some blockchain, much more pa yung kanyang information. Meron pang timestamp, meron pang nonce, for example, meron pang ibang mga nakalagay na metadata. But for this analogy, for this discussion, let's limit it to these 3. Okay. Anyway, later in the afternoon, meron din tayong gagawin na makikita niyo rin kung paano ginagawa or paano how does blockchain handle data. Okay, so these are the 3 important elements or components of a block. Okay, so first and foremost, a block contains data. What is data? Okay. Block's data contains the transaction or information that you want to record. Okay, so kung i-relate natin to sa isang sa Bitcoin, for example, in money or coin transaction, this could be the sender, okay, and the receiver. Okay, it could also have a date, timestamp of the transaction, and the amount. Okay, so yun lang yung data. So the message here is that data on a blockchain somehow would be quite simple. Okay? Hindi yung over-complex. Okay? Lahat ng complex data, we can simplify it. Okay? So kaya meron tayong tinatawag na blockchain developers. We need to dissect the data. Okay? This is what you want to keep track on. Ito yung gusto mong i-track na data. Okay? Bitcoin, which was created by Satoshi Nakamoto, it's not the real name. Okay? Pero ito yung lumabas sa white paper. Implemented the first usage of blockchain. Okay? By virtue of the cryptocurrency. So yun yung Bitcoin. So pero ironically, in the white paper or the paper na present niya yung Bitcoin, blockchain was never even mentioned. The closest na na-mention ng blockchain is a chain of blocks, parang definition lang. But the background, but the technology behind the success of Bitcoin was blockchain. Now, why am I telling you this? Because Bitcoin data is just it. Ito lang yun. Okay? Again, maybe an oversimplification, but it's actually this transaction. The sender, the receiver, the date and time, and then the amount of the transaction. Yun lang yun. So, no one can edit a block. We can just add a block. Kung gusto natin i-update ang information sa isang block, we need to add a new block. We cannot if a block is already inserted to the blockchain, hindi siya pwedeng baguhin pa. So this is the first what you call element of a block, the data. The second element is we have the hash. Okay, the block's hash is like a fingerprint. It's a digital signature. It's a unique identifier that for each block. So for each block, meron siyang unique identifier. So no block has the same identifier. Now, pag bago pa lang yung blockchain, kumbaga zero data pa, nagsisimula pa lang yung blockchain. Nagsisimula pa lang yung application to use blockchain. So there will be the first block. The first block is what we call the Genesis block. Okay? So since meron siyang data, meron siyang hash, meron siyang previous hash, yung walang previous hash, yung Genesis hash or Genesis block. Okay? So ano ba yung hash? Paano ba kina-calculate yung hash? Paano ba to? Ito yung hash. An example of a hash. It depends on the what you call cryptography algorithm or method na ginagamit ng isang blockchain. Okay. It also depends on the rules. Kasi meron din tinatawag na rule in showing or creating a hash. For example, ang rule is a valid hash for this blockchain, for this database, should be the first 3 letters or elements is dapat zeros. Okay? Or other blockchain has a rule na lahat ng or the first 5 characters should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? May mga ganung rules. So that each and every block will be unique. Okay? So the hash is dependent on the data. Every time you make changes to the data, magdi-differ din yung hash na yon. Magdi-differ din yung fingerprint na yon. So sa Genesis block, ang kanyang hash is just based on the data and the timestamp. Okay? So data plus the timestamp equals the hash algorithm or the hash value. Okay? Depending kung whatever value that is. Pagdating naman sa third element, which is the previous hash, it's pointing to the previous hash. Okay? Block's previous hash. This makes the links from one block to another. Kaya tinatawag siyang chain of blocks or blockchain. That the previous hash is combined with the data associated with the new hash based upon the data being stored by the user. Meaning to say, pag sabihin natin na previous hash siya, para ma-generate ang previous hash, we need to first create a hash. So let me just give you an example para makita ng lahat. Let me just open this up. So this is a one of the things that when I talk to my students regarding hashing, I somehow show this link para makita nila that every time we make changes. So this is just a simple, what you call this, demonstration on what is a hash. So for example, we have a data. So pag sabihin natin data, I have a data. Ito yung data na nakalagay sa ating blockchain. So when you calculate the hash, so it depends on the algorithm or the crypto or the hashing algorithm na ginamit mo, kung ano yung gagamitin ng isang blockchain. Again, this is a simplified in a simplified manner para makita nyo yung tinatawag namin na hash function sa IT. Okay? So you have SHA-33, you have SHA-1, etc. Okay? Sa blockchain may dagdag pa na what we call rule. Okay? Na dapat ang hash na ma-generate should be, for example, the first 3 letters of the block of the hash should be all letter B. So eto, this will not be valid. But later on, again, pagdating natin sa how do we use this, how do we implement this, mas makikita nyo, mas ma-appreciate nyo by the afternoon, because in the afternoon, we will visualize all of these things. Okay? So, every time I make changes, like, okay, well, yan ang data, tatanggalin ko. Let's just take a look at NPLM na hashing algorithm. We have here 09FD, FF8. So if I remove the A sa pinaka-last and calculate the other hash, it will be totally different. Kahit na isang character lang yung nawala. Now, if I revert it back, babalik yung original value. Okay? So this is quite important because when we record a hash, again, it depends on the data plus the timestamp. Okay? So it's like data, dito yung data, then let's say the timestamp is 09/12/2022. Then meron pang siyempre timestamp, so let's say it's 10:19 AM with seconds pa. Let's say the seconds is 23 seconds and my milliseconds pa na like that. It's an AM. Okay, calculate hash. So ito yung hash when the block was created. Okay, now once we create the previous hash, or meron ng previous hash, for example, okay, kasali na yung previous hash because binanggit natin dito that we have also a previous hash. Okay, so the previous hash, for example, ito yung previous hash niya. Dagdag siya sa pag-data. So pag calculate natin, ito yung panibagong block, iba na naman yung kanyang ID or unique identifier. Okay, so that is how what consists of a block. Okay, you have data, you have hash, you have the previous hash, and obviously you have also the timestamp. Okay. Okay, so now we understand blocks. Ano yung nakalagay sa block? Ano yung record na nilalagay natin sa isang blockchain technology, okay, or sa blockchain. But before, right, so thank you very much for wait lang. Hindi na ako naka-share screen, di ba? So let me just share again my screen. And hopefully you guys can see it. Hello for those who 300 all in all tayo dito sa Zoom meeting. So hello everyone. So this is somehow in a Zoom class or in a Zoom. This is by far the largest number that I have. So thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you very much for listening. And hopefully we are acquainted na. We are seated and somehow nakafocus na rin tayo sa discussion natin. Okay, so just a bit about a wrap up, or not a wrap up, rather a review. Okay, so for those who, for the things that we have talked about early this morning. Okay, so we have talked about blockchain. That it's basically that blockchain technology is basically a new way, a new culture of storing data. Database. It's just basically a database. It's a database structure. Okay. Kung i-oversimplify natin yung blockchain technology, na talking about crypto, if we simplify blockchain technology, it's just a new way, a new culture, a new way of storing data. It's just a database of a new mechanism. Okay. And in a block, isang block, okay, there is a very simple lang yung data na nakalagay sa isang block or sa isang record. Okay, isang block. Okay, we have the data itself, the timestamp, the hash, and the previous hash. So yung apat lang na mga components na yun ang nakalagay sa ating what you call block or sa isang record. Okay, so if you observe, ganun lang pala kasimple ang nakalagay sa data. Because again, this is part of what we will be talking about this afternoon, yung sinasabi kong the decision tree, whether or not you will implement a blockchain. So pag-uusapan natin yan. So one of the crucial steps there is that if ang data ba is kailangan mong i-audit, is the transaction that will be recorded later on, yung ilalagay natin sa blockchain, yung data na yun, yung transaction na yun, crucial ba na in-audit yun? If it's a yes, then therefore, strongly consider blockchain. Now, if that data is simple enough, madali lang makita yung audit trail or madali lang i-normalize in the IT world, we have normalization of the data. But in layman's term, we just simply call it pag short lang yung metadata, madaling maintindihan yung transaction. Okay? Hindi siya over complex. Hindi siya kargado ng maraming information. Okay? So if ganun ka simple yung data, then you could consider using instead of a blockchain technology to store data. Okay? So the next question is, okay, we answered the what is a blockchain, why we need to understand, why we need to decentralize data. Hopefully by now we have appreciate bakit kailangan nating strongly consider yung decentralization, okay, of data. Okay. Hopefully na-answer na rin yun. And we also answered what is inside a blockchain. Okay. The next crucial step in understanding blockchain is, okay, so I understood all those, ano yung blockchain, bakit ko kailangan mag-blockchain or mag-implement ng blockchain technology. Okay. Ano ba gagawin ko para ma-implement yung blockchain? Okay. Ano gagawin natin? What's the next step? So these are the 4 fundamental elements. Okay. Ito yung to understand this better, we need to understand these 4 fundamental concepts, okay, of blockchain. Kung pag sabihin natin yung blockchain, dapat meron itong 4 na to. Actually, because of the new types of blockchain right now, so hindi lang siya nagstay as a blockchain. So ngayon meron ng ibang blockchain na wala itong reward. Okay? So we have peer-to-peer network. Okay? We have cryptography, okay, a way to secure data, a consensus algorithm, okay, and reward and punishment. Now this is somewhat optional, since there are certain implementation of the blockchain, if done privately, okay, hindi siya, wala tong element na reward and punishment. Okay. Again, there is what you call a private blockchain in such a way na parang dinidefeat yung purpose ng decentralization, but the implementation is still blockchain, but it's housed inside one private corporation or entity. Kasi pwede rin ganun. Okay? Again, you might say na, okay, hindi na yung decentralization, it's still decentralization, but the way they implement data storage is decentralization somehow. Okay? So there is no punishment or reward. Okay? So meron ng mga different evolved forms ng blockchain. Okay? Isa na doon yung isang blockchain implementation na walang rewards and punishment. Okay? So let's go to each of these fundamental elements. Now the first element is a peer-to-peer network. If you want to create or if you want to establish a blockchain technology or utilize the blockchain technology, the first ingredient, okay, is having a peer-to-peer network. Meron na tayo nito. Okay, we have the internet. Kung sa government pa, we have different institutions. Each of these institutions merong mga computers din. So when we say peer-to-peer network, ito mga tao dito refers to a device. A device na i-volunteer natin na gawing part sa blockchain technology, sa blockchain network. Okay? Kasi one of the crucial ingredients is a peer-to-peer network. Dapat meron different nodes, a lot of computers, a lot of nodes participating, okay, to establish a blockchain network. Now, anyone in the internet who is willing to join can become a node on the blockchain network. Anyone. So kung i-relate natin sa Bitcoin, so Sa simula, mahirap talaga. Okay? There will be just a few, kaya malaki yung value ng Bitcoin before, or malaki yung, or bababa yung value ng Bitcoin before. Okay? 1 Bitcoin is, for example, just how many cents? Okay? Ngayon, 1 Bitcoin is around $30,000, I think, or more. Okay? Meaning anyone with the right computer setup can become a mini server. Okay? Or a mini computer or a mini server or a node. Okay? Importante yung term na node kasi baka palagi ko siyang binabanggit later on. Pag sabihin kong node, ibig sabihin it's just one computer in a peer-to-peer network of the server. Okay? Everyone which is part of the blockchain network has a copy of all the data. Meaning to say, if kasali ka sa blockchain network, ito yung main ingredient, peer-to-peer network. If kasali ka, yung computer mo na isasalin mo, has a copy of that database, of that blockchain network, of that blockchain application. Each, kung marami kang computer na binolunteer to be part of the blockchain network, so yung multiple computers na yun will have the exact copy of the database. Okay? If one node fails, if isang node, for example, nasira yung isang computer mo, okay, the blockchain network still continues to work. Since every other node has a working copy, has a working database. Now, this is crucial, having a peer-to-peer network to do this. Okay? Kasi kung walang peer-to-peer network, wala kang blockchain network, wala kang blockchain technology. Okay? Kasi nga, this is one of the services provided, virtualization. Pwede mong iparenta, for example, iparent, okay, quote unquote, hindi, just to make a what you call this, understanding, pwede mong iparenta yung computer mo para gamitin ng iba. Yung computing power ng computer mo, yung storage capacity ng computer mo, you can lease it out there by using the peer-to-peer network. Ito yung one of the first ingredient. If you want to put up a blockchain technology application, the first ingredient is peer-to-peer network. Meron ba tayo nito? In the university, yes, meron, because maraming computer laboratories, for example. Okay, I can utilize each computers to be part of the peer-to-peer network. Okay, pwede. Kaya mo na rin sa government yun? Pwede naman din, kasi we have different institutions in the government. Why not, for example, UST, DICT, and other institutions set up computers to become part of a blockchain network to specifically target this type of transaction? For example, ID system. Example lang yun. Okay? Again, this is crucial, the peer-to-peer network. Okay, sir, can we create a blockchain technology kung isang computer lang, dalawang computer? Medyo problematic tayo din. Okay? So, we can just, why not just implement a basic setup or web application Web 2 na meron kang may SQL or Apache server. Okay? And have all those data in that one machine. Okay? If it's a blockchain technology, it's a blockchain network, dapat multiple nodes ka. Maraming computers having access or having all of those database. The next ingredient, key ingredient, is cryptography. We have mentioned this in the previous slides, yung hashing. The hash or the cryptography method, the hash function, na ipa-follow ng isang blockchain network. Okay? Cryptography is a method to secure communication in an open network. Remember, marami sa peer-to-peer network, anyone can access the data. Okay? So, dapat secure yung data. So, each of those blocks is hashed. Okay? So, kumbaga na secure siya in such a way na hash yung data. Meaning, I can be assured that if I can send data over the network, if I send data over the network or my transaction over the network, I will not be worried of it being hacked, for example, since data is encrypted. Okay, only my application or only the person with the right keys can read my data. It allows the blockchain to verify that the data is proven na with that authenticity, okay, over the network. Okay, kasi katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, pwede sa isang blockchain network, sa isang blockchain application, you follow a certain rule. Na ang hash, dapat ang first 3 letters, first 3 characters, for example, are, let's say, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So kung hindi siya 1, 2, 3, hindi first 1, 2, 3 yung hash equivalent, then invalid siya na hash. Invalid siya na data. Okay? The third ingredient is consensus. Now, ito yung medyo what separates it from a normal database. Okay? A consensus algorithm or rule. Okay? Because if you say peer-to-peer network, if you say cryptography, our database right now in Web2, in Apache server, in Nginx server, we actually have this. Meron naman tayo nito. Okay? For example, if you want to implement a database na may redundancy, pwede ka mag-put up ng mga backup. Okay? Redundancy pa rin yun. Okay? But ito yung what separates somehow blockchain technology from the other technology, consensus algorithm or rule. Now, before a new block is created, bago na-create yung isang block, okay, or new data is added, every node, every computer must follow a certain rule. And this is the rule. It's either proof of work, proof of activity, proof of importance, or proof of stake. Kasi the developers of the application, pag gumagawa tayo ng isang, when we develop a blockchain application, the developers of the application must agree upon, okay, dapat mag-agree ang developers, kami mga IT developers, mga IT or blockchain developers, dapat mag-agree kung anong klaseng algorithm or consensus algorithm or consensus rule ang ito-follow. Okay? Since this will be very difficult or almost close to impossible to alter ang rule na to. It's basically just an if-else statement or proof of work. Okay? For example, proof of work. Okay? This is the most common one, proof of work. Okay? The miner or node. Remember, yung sa peer-to-peer network, meron tayong tinatawag na computers, meron tayong tinatawag na node. Okay? Yung node na yun, if we go back, just simply go back. Okay? Remember peer-to-peer network, each peer, each person, what we call node, those nodes are actually miners. Okay? Yung miners na yun. Okay? The miner or the node has to solve in proof of work, has to solve mathematically complex puzzles to create a new block. Okay? Ano yung pino-compute nila na puzzle? Example, yung hash. Sino yung mauna mag-calculate ng hash na merong first 3 characters na 1, 2, 3 or first 3 characters na 0, 0. Mag-uunahan yung mga node ngayon sa peer-to-peer network kung sino yung maka-generate ng pinakamabilis, okay, na combination sa hash. Okay? Now, after solving the puzzle, the solution is then forwarded to other miners. Okay? Okay. And verify by them. So, lahat ng mga nodes, lahat ng miners. So, pag meron nakauna, okay, ito yung nauna. Nauna yung, for example, PC number 1. Okay. So, ang gagawin niya is, i-broadcast niya, ito yung bagong node. Okay. They will have a consensus that really that is correct. So, walang human intervention. Just the computers. They will talk among themselves that this is really the one. Okay. Tama yung ginawa niya. Being accepted. Okay. If it's accepted to the respective copies to the ledger. So, once ma-accept yung bagong block, yung bagong hash, because of the consensus algorithm, okay, they will now form a new block. Okay. They will now form or create a new block or a new record. Saka na pwede i-write yung record. Okay. Now, once it is written, yung record na yun, it will be broadcast na to all of the nodes. Para lahat ng nodes, lahat ng computers, lahat ng miners will have the same copy of the database. Now, these are just a few different consensus algorithms. Meron tayong tinatawag na proof of importance. Okay. Meron tayong tinatawag na proof of stake. Okay. And proof of activity. Now, bottom line is, the consensus algorithm is driven mainly by the type of application that the platform expects to offer, so that integrity of the chain or network is met. Now, sa ngayon, a lot of blockchain technology, nire-research pa, okay, or profound pa yung research on different ways of consensus algorithm. Okay? Because the more complex your consensus algorithm is, babagal yung blockchain network mo. Pero, maybe more secure maybe. Okay? If masyado namang mabilis or masyadong simplified yung consensus algorithm na pipiliin mo, magiging mas unsecure yung data. So there is a balance between this one. You want to be fast or secure, or you want to be So the blockchain developers will talk among themselves with the clients, for example, kung paano ba yung consensus algorithm. Dapat sa simula pa lang, pag-usapan niyo paano ba ano yung rule na ipapalo ng inyong blockchain network. Okay? Because once this is deployed, okay, once this is created, almost impossible na siya na baguhin. Mababago mo lang siya by creating a new application that uses a different blockchain network. Okay? So that is consensus. And lastly is reward. Okay, remember, merong node na nakauna na solve yung mathematical equation. Okay? That computer in the blockchain network that's the first to solve the equation or the first to satisfy the consensus algorithm gets a reward for a job well done. Okay? Kasi nga, binigay mo na nga yung PC mo sa network para gamitin ng kahit sino para maka-store ng information, magamit yung ano yung bayad mo? Ano yung bayad? So ito yung reward. Okay? The reward is a form of a token. A good example is Bitcoin. So kung sino yung sa blockchain network na nakauna solve sa, for example, sa Bitcoin network, kung sino yung nauna nag-solve, may bagong transaction, yung PC mo ang unang naka-solve, then your PC, you the owner of the PC gets a reward, a new minted Bitcoin. Okay? So from nothing you have something. Okay? Any node in the blockchain network that disrupts data naman will be punished by losing their tokens. The bottom line here is that it turns the blockchain rules from something you want to follow to something that you need to follow. Okay, narinig ko yun somehow sa isang talk din. Okay. Because of the consensus algorithm, hindi na siya parang optional na rule. But rather, you want to follow that rule to get this reward and to avoid the punishment. Okay. However, there are certain implementations of blockchain ngayon that does not have this reward system. Okay. So, if isipin natin, if sa government mag-implement ng isang blockchain network and what mga PC, for example, sa government, we want to use this. Ano yung magre-reward ba tayo or not? Paano yung reward system? Okay. So this is a good example in sa game theory. Okay, sa game theory, what allows gamers to always play the game is because of the reward system. The same thing, ikaw na gusto mong i-volunteer yung computer mo, for example, to be part of the blockchain network, ano yung catch? Ano yung reward? Okay? So, this is what drives different people to become miners, especially in all around the world. Okay? Malaki na yung potential ng to just basically parang siyang passive income na rin sa kanila. Okay? But again, we will not be talking about how to set up your own computer rig or computer setup para mag-mine. Okay? Wala tayo doon na level. Okay? So, that's the 4 major elements of blockchain. Peer-to-peer network, para masabi mo na blockchain technology ang setup mo, you have a peer-to-peer network, okay? You have cryptography, you have chosen a consensus algorithm, and you have or may not have a reward system. Okay? Now, the next question is, okay, so ito yung ating setup. Okay, so mag-create ako ng application or I will ask my IT gals to create a application na ang backend niya, instead of the usual MySQL, Firebase, or the usual database on the server, I will utilize the blockchain network. Okay? So ito yung mga key ingredients. Kailangan kong mag-put up ng peer-to-peer network. Okay? I need to have a way to create to hash the values, to secure the data. I would have to have, or we have to choose a consensus algorithm, and we have to decide on kung meron bang reward system, kung sino yung unang maka-create ng block. Now, how does knowing these elements allow us to understand how a blockchain technology works? So, eto na. So, to answer, how does this work in the real world? So, this is the final question for this morning. Okay. How does this work? Okay. Or how can we, using this technology, be implemented in a real world scenario? Okay. So, this is the final question for this morning. Okay. Let's have a very basic but straightforward example of how it works. Now, in the natural world, if you owe someone, you pay them directly with cash. Pag may utang ka, bayaran mo siya directly. Sometimes easier said than done. Okay. But the basic economics is when you get something of value to you, you give something of value to them in a form of money, cash, peso, whatsoever. Okay. Pwedeng barter din. Okay. So that is the centralized system. Okay. Now we place this setup in Web2 in a centralized system. Okay, why centralized? Because we pay through payment services. So we have GCash, Paymaya, ano ba yung iba? Meron akong mga hindi, PayPal for example. Okay, we pay someone quote unquote directly, okay, via payment services because this person for example has a number, GCash number or Paymaya number. So yun yung ilalagay mo. So there's an illusion of paying directly to the person, okay, such as PayPal, GCash, Paymaya, and all of those payment services. It may seem that we are paying directly to the person via the person's number, but there is this payment tech service in between. Okay. Now, you don't necessarily trust the person we are sending or receiving the money from. Hindi kailangan, hindi siya requirement na salig ba kayong tao na yun. We just need to pay. But we trust the service, the third-party service. We trust the middleman in between us. PayPal, GCash, Paymaya. Yun yung salutay. Yun yung parang, well, we trust this payment services. So that's the centralized system. So for example, now the problem is that sometimes we can't access our account. Maybe due to, for example, a system upgrade. Okay, I mean, medyo hopefully familiar. Okay, nag-upgrade yung system, hindi ka maka-send, hindi ka maka-login. Okay, denied ka sa pag-login. Okay, it could be actually also poor service. Okay, poor service in your part or poor service provider. Okay, or walang internet. Okay, or a system maintenance. System maintenance, system upgrade, somehow similar, pero bottom line is there is something going on sa payment service, the centralized system. Now, since all we can do is wait, wala tayong magagawa. We just have to wait. We can't complain, but still we wait for the services to be back. Okay, all those precious time we can't use our money. Okay, stored in their system. Okay, so for example, if meron kang 10,000, 5,000 or whatever money sa mga payment services na to, para siyang nakalock doon sa cloud. Okay, hindi mo siya magagamit. Until such time din sasabihin ni payment services na okay na aming services, we can now go back online. Okay? So, we can't use our money stored in their system during the duration of the system upgrade or maintenance. In one of my talks sa aking mga students, parang hold up yung ating money, andun lang, hindi magagamit. Okay. We just basically, ending yan, we just need to be very patient and wait for them to back the service. Kasi nga, centralized system. Right, so how do we benefit from this one? So the decentralized form of storing using blockchain. Okay, so there is no middle person. Not because we don't like payment services. Okay, hindi naman sa hindi natin gusto yung mga payment services. We in 2002 talagang ang laki ng jump ng mga Pilipino na gumagamit ng mga payment services. Dati hindi sila gumagamit. But because of the pandemic, nag-shoot up yung paggamit ng payment services like Paymaya, GCash, especially I'm more familiar with GCash than Paymaya. Not saying GCash is better. I'm just saying yun yung big guns of payment services dito sa Pilipinas. Okay? Because of the pandemic, halos lahat ng mga tao na like to do transaction online have to adapt in these payment services. So I'm not saying payment services are bad. Okay? It's just that it can be better. It can be improved. Ito yung bottom line. Okay? I can now pay directly to you, to any person, okay, without the middleman. Okay? You might say that the blockchain technology, meron pa rin centralized person, pero hindi na siya in a sense na merong tinatawag na transactions fees. Okay? It does not ask for anything from you. The blockchain network does not ask, for example, transaction fees. Hindi na siya nag-ask ng interest rate. Hindi na siya nag-ask ng transaction fees. Nothing. Okay? But because remember, meron pa yung tinatawag na fundamental element na reward. Okay? Remember the 4 fundamental elements of a blockchain. You have the peer-to-peer network. Each of these nodes contains a copy of the database. Okay? Kung sa centralized system pa ni, ang database is only stored centrally. Sa isang person, sa isang entity lang. Okay? We have the peer-to-peer network. We have the cryptography in each of these databases. We have consensus and we have reward. Okay? So once we transfer data, okay, it will be broadcast to each of those nodes. And whoever, to the next slide. So for example, so we have here Zia and Patrice. Okay. Zia wants to transfer 514 pesos or pesos or Bitcoin, okay, or Bitcoin to Zia. Okay. So this request to record the transaction, to record a new block that contain this transaction, ito yung data natin ngayon, simplified data. Okay. This transaction, the data of the transaction will be broadcast to the blockchain network. So i-broadcast sa lahat ng nodes. Okay, meron tayong bagong data. Okay. Ano yung hash? Ano yung magiging value ng bagong hash na to? Okay? Meaning the computers or the nodes that is part of the blockchain network will have this copy, will have the chance to solve this mathematical pattern, mathematical equation or problem. They have a copy of all the transactions that happen. Okay? That is why blockchain is called a distributed ledger also. Okay? Because it's a ledger of the transactions of the people. Okay? Na secure. Okay? Now once again, if may nauna, siya yung nauna, for example, he has the privilege to create the new block. Okay? And broadcast that new block to all of the other nodes. Okay? All of the other computer that contains that is part of the blockchain network. Since kasali sila, okay, they will agree upon, okay, tama itong ginawa ni PC number 3, for example, PC number 3252. Okay, so this PC now, this node has the reward. In return, the reward is in newly minted peso coin, or we commonly known it as Bitcoin. So meron na siyang panibagong Bitcoin. Meron ng reward kung sino mang may-ari ng PC nito. The node or the computer that also answered the problem also has the privilege to write another block, the new block, to the ledger or to the blockchain. So siya din yung mag-broadcast. Okay? And the updated ledger, okay, and the updated blockchain will be broadcast sa lahat ng nodes. Okay? So that each node in the blockchain network has a exact copy, okay, of the blockchain or of the node na naka-create or naka-add ng bago na yun. Okay? So that is how decentralized the system is. Now, knowing that, what if another thing about this is that if a certain node is hacked or compromised, compromised, it won't do any harm to the data since the data is encrypted and immutable. Hindi mo pwedeng galawin yung isang data. Hindi mo pwedeng kalikutin yung data. Okay, I'll show you in a while. Okay. If one node is compromised, there are thousands of other nodes that have the copy of the blockchain. Okay. So kung na-compromise itong network nito, itong node na to, na-virusan ang PC na to. Okay, sounds familiar. Na-virusan ang PC. It doesn't matter because you have other computers out there in the blockchain network that has a copy of the data. Okay? So hindi madadown, quote unquote, yung inyong service. You might say na, what if lahat ng computers lahat ng 100 computers ng blockchain na compromise. So hindi yun kulang yun, okay, somehow. Okay? So you need to have kumbaga baby pa yun na blockchain network. Okay? Like dati sa Bitcoin na konti pala yung gumagamit ng Bitcoin kaya maliit lang yung value niya. Maliit lang yung mga blockchain network. Maliit lang konti lang yung tao na nag-volunteer ang kanilang computer para maging part sa blockchain network. Ngayon, meron tayong tinatawag ng mga blockchain forms. Merong mga tao around the world that Bitcoin mining is their main source of income, main source of passive income. Kasi passive income din to eh. Okay. So this morning we have answered the question what it's about. Okay, why we need to use it or understand it. Okay, and how does it work? So hopefully I have answered the what, why, and how does blockchain network do or work. Okay, so again, it needs all of these key ingredients, yung apat na yun. Peer-to-peer network, okay, set up tayo ng peer-to-peer network, consensus algorithm, a cryptography, and we have a punishment or reward. Okay, now to have these are my resources, right? So to have a better understanding, so let me give you a very basic example of how to do this. Teka lang, set up ko lang. So hopefully this is clear sa inyo. So this is one of the website na i-demonstrate ko lang. So since marami pa namang time, so I'll demonstrate this first. Okay. Later there's another a demonstration on what we want to use. Okay. Later in the afternoon. Okay. So this is a blockchain demo. So let me just give you this here. Yeah. For everyone. Okay, yeah. So baka ma-shock si Mr. Anders na maraming umaksyon sa kanyang blockchain explanation. So we have here hash, we have here block, we have here blockchain, we have here distributed tokens, etc. Coinbase. Okay, so this is just an oversimplification of things here. So remember, we have blocks. Okay, we have blocks, we have blockchain, we have previous hash, etc. So we have data and hash. So ito yung pinaka very basic. So we understand hash, that is one. So data, every time you create a new data sa isang blockchain, nagbabago yung hash. Okay, depending on the value. So for example, in my case, I have from Patrice to Zia. I have an amount that I transferred around 514 pesos. Okay, so this has an exact hash of this one. So ito yung hash niya. Okay, so that's one of the main ingredients. You have data and then you have the hash. Okay, so let's go to a block. Pagdating naman sa block, meron tayong tinatawag na the index of the block. Okay. Kung sa database pa if it's a record, this is just the page number. Okay, the nonce here represents a value that ito yung sinosolve na mathematical equation. Kung sino yung nakasolve or makabigay ng proper number. That pag i-combine ang number plus data, okay, will generate, hopefully makita nyo clearly. How about that? Hopefully makita nyo clearly. Okay. if makita nyo clearly, so we have index, we have nonce here, we have data. So ang nonce here is the mathematical value that is equated na if ito yung gagamitin natin sa hash function together with the data, magpro-provide siya ng first 4 na 0 or ang first 4 characters is zeros. Okay? So ito yung race against time ng mga node. Okay? So for example, if I type in, for example here, I have a new data. Napapansin nyo that it is now in pink or in red because mali na yung rule. Wala na yung 4 na zeros. Okay? So kailangan 4, ito yung rule. Okay? Ito yung consensus rule ng blockchain na dine-demonstrate na to. Dapat 4 na first digit is 0. So what the computer does now is they race against time. So papansin nyo medyo mabagal because it's now looking for that number. Okay? So kung sino yung unang makasolve, and ito yung bago, so sasabihin ng node niyo na, oh, ito yung bagong nonce. Ito yung bagong value. 7339 provides this data with the proper hash values that is accepted in this consensus rule. Okay? So siya yung unang nakamine. So he has the privilege to have the reward. At the same time, he has the privilege to create this new block in the network. Okay? At ito, iba-broadcast na sa blockchain network. Okay? So let's have another example. So dito na ako mag-end sa blockchain na to. Okay? So you still have the block number 1. Ito yung Genesis block. Kaya wala siyang previous hash. Okay? You have the nonce, you have the data, and you have the hash value of this block alone. Okay? So again, mahirap siya i-visualize. Mahirap siya i-visualize kung sa actual na data. Just imagine Excel. Okay? Sa isang row, okay, yan yung nakalagay. Okay, you have block, that's the first column, the nonce, the second column, data, the third column, fourth column is previous, fifth column is the hash. Okay, so I have how many buttons? I have 5 blocks here. We have 5 blocks here. Okay, so for example, bakit siya tinatawag na ang blockchain is immutable? Hindi mo pwedeng i-edit in between them. Okay, katulad dito. Kaya tinatawag siyang blockchain. Yeah. So you have 1 here. The hash of this is 0001578. Okay. The second block has the hash of 0000012, pero ang previous hash na is 0015 pointing to this one, thus forming a blockchain. Okay. Hopefully makita niyo yung. So one record is related to the previous record. Kaya blockchain yung tawag sa kanya. Okay? So, if I have now 5 records, 5 blocks in my blockchain, okay? Itong mga records na to, distributed to sa lahat ng nodes sa aking peer-to-peer network. If I change it, for example, I want to change this. Lahat ng mga records baba niya, like say, for example, si block 2, remember block 2, nag-change na kayong hash. Nag-iba na rin yung kanyang hash sa block 3 and block 4 and so on and so forth. So to properly do this, kailangan kong i-mine ito, i-mine, hindi mine na Facebook mine. I-mine in the sense na hahanapin ko yung panibagong nonce. Then kailangan ko pang baguhin yung panibagong mine ito. Then kailangan ko pang i-mine to. Then lastly is this one. Okay? And remember, in a blockchain, we have a blockchain network, peer-to-peer network. So lahat yun, kailangan i-broadcast. So that is why, in a blockchain network, when we store a data, when we store information, okay, using the blockchain network, ang hirap niyang baguhin. Kasi kung baguhin mo yung gitna, okay, babaguhin mo lahat ng mga papunta sa pinaka-recent. At the same time, you also need to broadcast all of these changes papunta sa iba't ibang nodes sa network. which is close to impossible because we have a consensus algorithm. Once data is written, once a block is written, you can no longer change it. Because once you change it, you need to, again, change the nonce or the block itself, the hash values. And once you change this, kailangan mo ulit i-broadcast to sa lahat. So, kumbaga, may sense of tamper-proof si blockchain network. Okay? So, that is somehow one of the things that I want to talk about this morning. So I have demonstrate somehow visually, dapat this afternoon pa to, but I have a different, may ibang much better because eto nakita lang natin na how a blockchain, kung isang PC lang to, na merong blockchain or merong database. Okay. Later in the afternoon, we will simulate more. Okay. We will simulate what if more PC, what if more nodes in a peer-to-peer network. Ano yung effect niya? Okay. So that is for this afternoon. Okay. So, yes, exactly, Sir Duque. So I'm reading now your chat. So I'm open for questions. So para at least mas collaborative yung ating discussion or webinar. Okay. So I'm just in the demonstration, Duque and Delmo. I can already imagine how computationally expensive the computational requirement in all nodes are. Exactly, sir. Okay? Or ma'am, pasensya na kung mali yung ginagamit ko na pronoun. But yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It is computationally expensive for some. Pero it depends on the consensus algorithm na gagamitin nyo. If masyadong complicated yung gagamitin natin na consensus algorithm, then it will be computationally expensive, especially sa Pilipinas na medyo mataas na ang ating kuryente. Okay? It will be, yeah, computationally expensive, but the recent advancement of blockchain, kaya this afternoon, pag-uusapan din natin yung the different evolved form, the different types of blockchains. Okay? Kasi in our case, if you are going to do this personally, from mine, it is expensive in the Philippines somehow, hindi masyado sa Pilipinas. Mas marami sa, I think, in China. Okay? Kasi mas mura yung kanilang kuryente. Okay? Then I have, so that's about it for this morning. Oops, nawala yung aking, sorry. So, wait me just. Again. Makita kita. F11. So that's about it. Hopefully by this morning session, na enlightened kayo regarding what is not Bitcoin, what is blockchain, what is it about, okay? Bakit siya importante malaman natin, why we need to know it, okay? And how does blockchain work? Okay. And also the equipment is cheaper in China. Yes, exactly, sir. How about you? Is there a need to enroll, know how to develop script for blockchain programs, or the scripts for the blockchain already fixed? So, si Bitcoin is already established. Okay. So meron tayong tinatawag na, so si Bitcoin is, yeah, Bitcoin. So marami nang ginawang cryptocurrency na sinusolve din to because one of the ang headache sa pag-create ng isang blockchain or pag-adapt sa blockchain technology is the peer-to-peer network. Ano ka maka-generate ng enough resources, enough people, enough computers to house this database, okay, and incentivize them. Okay? Medyo mahirap. Kaya the Ethereum platform, okay, is one of the, I think 2013 siya, 2014 na create. Okay, so around that time. So, ang Ethereum platform, ang gagawin mo is, you can create your applications, for example, in Flutter, in mobile application, pero ang database mo is, you will use the quote-unquote API or the services in Ethereum. So, sa Ethereum, gagawa ka ng tinatawag nating smart contracts. Okay, using the smart contracts are just basically parang if-else conditions, okay, to be part of the network. Okay. So yung smart contracts na gagawin mo aside sa gagawin mo yung mobile application mo, okay, gagawin mo yung web application, okay, in your own programming languages. Okay. Now, instead of using a database sa server ng, let's say, DOST or DICT, or server ng school, or personal server mo sa computer mo, instead of using those, you want to use a blockchain network. Okay, so sa Ethereum, the platform, it already has a vast network of computers around the world na already provided na yung mechanism for the reward system, na meron ng peer-to-peer network, meron ng tinatawag na reward system kasi those part of the Ethereum network is rewarded with Ether, the coin. Okay, ipasa ko yung question. Okay, so ang gagawin mo na lang is, para magamit mo yung Ether platform, Ethereum platform, is that you need to create smart contracts, you need to create an account, you need to create smart contracts. Yung smart contracts na yun yung i-upload mo sa Ethereum network. Okay, and that Ethereum network now, or yung smart contracts mo, i-connect mo na ngayon sa web applications na gagawin mo. Okay, and medyo crucial lang, dapat yung smart contracts, dapat sure na yun ka atong mga conditions na binigay mo sa smart contract na yun. Because that program na ilalagay mo sa Ethereum, that will be part of the Ethereum platform, can never be changed anymore. Okay, so dapat sure ka doon. So having the Ethereum platform allows you to maximize all the people around the world na part na sa Ethereum network. So meron ka ng peer-to-peer network sa Ethereum network. So tawag sa applications na ginawa sa Ethereum are DApps or distributed applications. Si Ethereum mismo, wala siyang control over the applications that you have created or the smart contracts that you have created. They cannot change the contracts or the programs, quote unquote, kasi ang smart contracts are just programs inside your blocks. Okay? So hindi mo siya mababago. Ikaw mismo na developer ng smart contract na yun sa Ethereum network, hindi mo yung mababago once you upload it. Okay? From Ms. Diana, sir, would like to have the meaning explanation about public and private blockchains or networks. Yes, that is one of the things that we will talk about this afternoon. Okay? Aside sa public, private, consortium blockchain networks, pag-uusapan din natin, kailan mo masasabi na dapat i-implement ko tong sistema na to, i-implement ko tong program na to using a blockchain network. So there is what you call a decision tree. So there's a profound research that I have found years ago that guided me kung dapat ba blockchain yung implementation ko or nito. Okay? And pag-uusapan din natin this afternoon how all about the challenges of blockchain, specifically sa Pilipinas. Okay? Bakit, kung ganito siya kaganda, bakit hindi masyado siyang ginagamit in a way? Okay, sir, from Duken, is there a main reason GPUs are essential in establishing Bitcoin mining rig is because the GPU's instructions. Kasi dati, ang GPU is just for processing graphics, para maging virtually appealing ang ating display. Ano ba tamang term? mas naglilina kasi ako sa blockchain terminologies rather than the hardware terminologies. GPU, graphical processing unit. Before, it only in GPU kasi, yes, madali mapasok yung teaching. In GPU kasi, before, it only can improve on, it helps improve on the virtual capacity, the virtual enhancement of whatever is displayed in your system. Okay? Ngayon, si GPU helps your CPU for some transaction, for some mathematical equation, for solving, okay? At the same time, solving equations, solving problems, and catering to processes na hindi na hindi lang related sa graphics. Okay? So kayang gawin ng GPU na yun. The main reason of GPU essential need is because of GPU's instruction sets are particularly faster and more efficient for the specific type of processes. Yes, somehow I could say yes to this. Kasi hindi masyadong pwede mo kasing i-dedicate ang processing power ng GPU ngayon, mga GPU ngayon, to certain transactions only. Okay, so CPU is still fast, but it helps to have, kaya if maghahanap tayo ng Bitcoin rig, or mining computers. If maghahanap ka ng mining computers, it is almost evident na ang makikita natin is a computer that has a lot of GPU power. Okay. And yes, medyo isa rin yun sa concern, yung madali mapasok for phishing. But again, don't worry, or less yung worry natin regarding phishing, because of the cryptography behind na decide upon natin. Okay. Do I have other questions? Miss Dana?
Hi, sir. I think we have no more questions for now. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I've heard. Ayan. And I think we have no more questions for now. And if they have, hopefully this afternoon, we can address po.
Ay, may question po pala.
Ay, meron pala.
Sa question and
Sa
answer.
Q&A, yes, sir.
Yes. So
From Dale Abion, what are the benefits of blockchain technology? In a nutshell.
In a nutshell, the benefits of this is that it allows us, tayo, na mga users of the internet, to be part of the internet. We are not just tawag nito, participants in such a way na nagbibigay tayo ng data. We are also the ones that store and store and keep this data. We are kumbaga, kung sa internet pa, kung i-simplify natin, we are the internet. Right now, the internet, you might say it's free. Okay? Pero in reality, every time you log in to open a browser, when you open it, you go to Google, you go to Facebook. So these are your internet. Okay? But in the blockchain, we are the internet. Somehow we get a portion of the internet that is us. Okay. Another one is, are you a blockchain dev? I like to explain what blockchain is complex, and how long have you been in blockchain tech industry? So actually, as a researcher, ito yung parang one of the key blockchain dev. I'm more of a blockchain, starting as a blockchain developer. Okay. Nire-research ko yung blockchain, how to implement in the university, in the industry, in the government. So, ito yung mga baby steps. Okay? Because, like I said in the first ever slide, I was allergic years ago about blockchain. Kasi nga, ano siya parang pag hindi mo mapag-usapan si blockchain kung hindi mo pag-uusapan si Bitcoin before. Yun yung assumptions ko. Okay? But when I found out about blockchain, wait, this is just basically a database. Okay? A different culture of storing data. Okay? So doon ko mas naintindihan, doon ko mas na-appreciate. So if I want to create a mobile application, we can create mobile application, we can still create web application. Pero kaibahan lang is that instead of targeting a centralized server, okay, we target it to a blockchain server, a blockchain network. Okay, so maybe it's an oversimplification, but that is somehow the realm that I am going through. Okay, it's an exciting, but let's just say, for example, na hindi pa masyadong implemented somehow in the Philippines, na it's one of the keys na kumbaga it needs further research, kasi sa Pilipinas we need to consider the culture of every region. Okay? Kasi kasali yun pag when we develop an application, when we develop a system, dapat we understand those cultures, we understand those traditions. Okay, so there is a big gap or blank in how we implement blockchain pag titingnan natin in a Philippine perspective. Okay, so yun yung parang exciting part pa. A lot of unknowns pa. Yes, hindi pa aware si Pilipinas sa mga kasi we enjoy pa ang Web 2. Okay? Hindi pa tayo in somehow we are still enjoying Web 2. We are not still. We are enjoying Web 2. Lazada, Shopee, live selling, okay? GCash, PMI, all of those things. We are enjoying all of those things here. Okay? So there is a strong friction na bakit ko i-leave si Web 2? Eh meron pa na bakit ko i-leave si Web 2, Web 3? Eh I'm enjoying it. Okay pa naman sa akin. There, for example, in my case, I have families na okay lang naman na isa-sell nila ang aking information over Facebook. Kasi they don't appreciate the value of our information over the internet. Okay. Ako na aware na medyo hindi ko na ina-accept yung mga cookies. Okay, so remember when you search for example, you have Facebook. Okay, when you search in Google, you search Google for example for Nissan na sakyanan. After one day, lahat ng ads mo sa Facebook is about the marketplace na yung mga sponsored ads. And I tell you, if you take a look at Facebook ads, before, sa gilid lang siya. Obvious na ads siya. Pero ngayon, kung hindi mo babasahin yung sponsored na word, it's like if Facebook posts na sponsored pala. So, you can see it. Okay? You can somehow be evident. Okay? Be vigilant. Okay? Babasahin mo intently. Akala mo post siya ng friend mo. But rather, it was a sponsored ad na it's a sponsored ad in such a way that it is presented as a post. Okay? So masyado talaga magaling na. Okay? First is the rate which we adapt new technology because Philippines culture doesn't emphasize that much in science and technology. Yes, exactly, sir. Especially Duken. First hurdle is the rate of which we adapt new technologies. Exactly. Okay. Hindi tayo masyadong adapt in using new technologies. If we somehow excuse me, if we somehow enjoy the first things that we have in the computer, like opening Word, opening Excel. Like for example, I have one of my relative or parent. Okay siya gumamit ng Excel. Okay? Pero puro pa siya flash drive. Wala akong flash drive dito. Okay? So when I introduced her or him to gamit ka ng Google Sheets. Ang hirap pa. May friction pa. Although it's an oversimplification, pero dun pa lang mahirap i-convince ang Pilipino para gamitin ang new technology. Especially if bago pa lang siya nakapasok sa digitalization. Okay? So there are what you call trust issues. Okay?
Yun, sir. Speaking of trust, ask ni Sir Dale, why is blockchain a trusted approach?
Why is blockchain a trusted approach? Okay. I would answer this, Sir Lai. Hindi ko masabi na trusted approach siya. Okay. Because there are certain implementations na ang dami kasi ng variations ngayon ni blockchain na in such a way na pabago-bago yung kanyang implementation. So meron tayong tinatawag na private, public, at saka consortium na blockchain. So which actually are discussing this afternoon. Okay. Now, depending on your approach, okay, it would be deemed na because of the decentralization of the data, hindi siya, kung nakita nyo kanina, yung tamper-proof ng kanyang data, no one can tamper the data inside a blockchain. Once it's there, it's there. Okay? Aside sa it's there, it's distributed to other database redundantly. Okay? So kung masira man tong isang computer na to, masira ang isang node, there are other nodes in the network. Okay? Kung centralized data, kung masunog, for example, sa isang kumpanya, they house that in a server, a simple server. Okay? If masunog yung building na yun with all the servers, okay, without having a cloud backup, which is the topic of my colleague, cloud computing later tomorrow. Kung masunog yun, wala silang cloud computing involved, okay, or cloud storage involved. Wala na yung data na yun. The same way in blockchain, if masunog man ang isang building with a certain node there, walang problema because it's decentralized. Every other computers in the blockchain network has a copy of that database, okay, of that data. Okay, so yun yung one of the crucial trusted approach of blockchain, the decentralization of data. Okay, but then again, there are certain implementations that we need to discuss: the private, the public, the hybrid, then meron pa tayong tinatawag na consortium, which is what we talk about this afternoon. Okay, how secure is our data from hackers if we use the blockchain network? Okay, how secure is our data from hackers if we use it? Secure siya in a sense that only people inside the blockchain network has the sole authority to read. Actually, read and write is because of private and public keys. Okay, so yun din is only all people could have access. For example, sa Bitcoin, anyone in the Bitcoin network can have access. Okay, but only the right one can access with the private key, kumbaga, because they are the ones that can read the network. Okay, so if, for example, my transaction tayong dalawa, anonymous kasi ito. For example, I have a transaction with Patrice, for example. Okay, so we have those transactions, kami lang dalawa nag-uusap. So all of our data are encrypted. All of our data are hashed, for example. Okay. Another question: who is paying the servers of the blockchain database? No one, somehow. Okay. Okay. Who is paying? Unlike in data centers, ang nagbabayad ng mga servers is the institution itself. Google, for example, had its own data centers. Siya yung nagbabayad. Pero sa blockchain database, walang magbabayad. But rather, you are rewarded. Kaya medyo crucial yung reward system sa isang blockchain network. Okay? Kasi kung part ka sa network, ikaw yung unang naka-solve ng equation, meron ka panibagong Bitcoin. Meron ka panibagong coin. Kaya digital coin siya. Okay? And those coins right now are being embraced in the real world in a sense. Dito sa Philippines, again, hindi natin ma-appreciate na like for example, one of my colleagues, hindi man colleagues, but rather friends, na okay, meron akong Bitcoin, anong gagawin? Hindi naman to nakakabili ng bagong sapatos. But in the real world, we can exchange those coins in real world items. Kasi meron na mga services that exchanges those in Binance, for example. Okay. Okay, so who are paying the servers? Yun nga, the rewards. Okay. You volunteer because you want to be rewarded. Okay. Maganda rin din ang security ng blockchain, pero sa consumer nito, kapag nawala mo ang security key phrase, mahirap na talaga siya mabalik. Exactly. There was a news last week that I read. I forgot the article. But there was one, for example, if a certain person dies having, let's say, 1,000 Bitcoins, and hindi niya nabigay yung kanyang access, so the Bitcoin value is still there. Okay? The Bitcoin, that 1,000 Bitcoin is still there and will always be there forever. Okay? Hindi siya nawawala. Unlike, for example, if you have money in the bank and namatay yung person na yun, that money is still circulated. Okay? Sir, does it mean po sila na ang, what does it mean? Same po sila ng structure or meron pa pagkakao. Sir, isang blockchain is like same lang. Okay. Isa rin yun, isa rin yun sa mga, and hindi ko na before. I thought blockchain has a different way of storing database. But actually, it's just basically a database. The same structure. Different lang yung kanyang way of culture because the database itself communicates to other database. Okay, para yung consensus algorithm, part siya ng consensus algorithm. Thank you very much, Dale. Could you please explain how verifiers determine whether or not block is valid? I am pretty grateful for both of the attention and engagement. Okay, lang ha. Internalize ko muna. Could you please explain how verifiers, okay, which is the consensus algorithm, determine whether or not a block is valid? Whether a block is valid. Whether a block. Okay. I think you are referring to this. Yung ginawa ko na example kanina. Wait, nawala ko yung understand website. Lang. Wait lang. I think ito yun. Alright, so how can we determine, or could you please explain how verifier the block is valid? So again, depende yun sa consensus algorithm. In this case, this is a valid hash. This is a valid data. Okay, this is a valid data in a block. Sorry, information overload. I'll try to simplify it. Forgive me, apologies if I'm a bit technical. Medyo passionate kasi ako basta pag development na passionate ako magawa sa akong pagka-teacher. Okay, so how does one validate if a certain block is valid? It all depends on the consensus algorithm or the rule that you have placed. Kaya importante masyado yung 4 elements: the network, the cryptography method, the reward system, and the ano yung last na nakalimot ko because I want to explain this a bit and lastly is the consensus algorithm and the peer-to-peer network, the hashing algorithm or the cryptography algorithm, the consensus algorithm, and the reward system. So how do we validate if a block is valid? Again, it all depends on the consensus algorithm na gina-follow ng inyong blockchain network. Okay, so in this example, the example of Mr. Anders, ang pina-follow niya is 4. Okay, the first 4 characters of the hashing algorithm na gagamitin should be 4 zeros. Okay, depends on your network. It depends on your, for example, if mag-decide kayo na mag-implement ng blockchain network, then you need to decide this ahead of time. Ano yung magiging consensus algorithm? Ano yung magiging ginagawa or the value? So if I make changes, if merong nag-hack ng system, let's say this is the first element. So Patrice, sender is Patrice, receiver is Zia, amount is 2,000. 1,000. So let's say yan yung data ng transaction. I-mine ko yan. I-mine natin yan. I'll just give you I'll just give you a slight information, slight demo. Bakit dito mag-load? Para i-demonstrate natin. Yes, sir. Okay, you can have a copy. So, for example, ito yung distributed ako dapat sa blockchain. Sige na lang. So, let's say this is my blockchain. Okay. Ito na yung nakalagay sa database. Okay. Let's say may nakapasok sa server, may nakapasok sa isang blockchain node. Okay. At binago niya yung value na instead of 1,000, ginawa niya 500. Okay. Or dito sa pinakasimula. balik natin. Kung ibalik ko to sa 1,000, makita nyo na it will be, again, reverted back because the blockchain, again, is changed accordingly. Nag-change na yung kanyang hash algorithm. Okay. I save this with the comma. Nalimutan na yung comma, babalik yan sa green. Okay. So if I change, for example, the second block to, let's say, ang sinend lang is 10,000, then this becomes now an invalid block that I need to change each and every head na block or yung mga naunang mga recent na block, kailangan ko rin i-mine ulit. Now, hindi ito, in this demonstration, hindi ito mangyayari in the real blockchain network because there is no such thing as remining of a certain existing block. Walang ganon. Kung ang block is nandun na sa blockchain, wala nang option to remind a new hash value. Okay? And that depends on the hashing algorithm, depends on the consensus algorithm na nilagay ninyo. Sorry, dito pa yung camera ko. Okay? So, kaya valid siya. So, kaya kung ito, wala ito, wala talaga ito sa actual na blockchain network. Walang tinatawag na i-remind ko tong ang second node, third second data, third data, and fourth data. Wala. Okay. Wala pa nang implement ng remind. Okay. Okay. Can I have a copy of the, yes, sir. I can give you the copy of the presentation for the morning and the afternoon later for the morning session. Sir, do we have a Google Classroom or Facebook group where we can access the presentation? Pwede naman. I think this is much better if lahat kami, for example, Sir Raul and Ma'am Mitch will have, we have a one Facebook group that will be dedicated for this webinar. Sir, can you elaborate on the confirmation process of the blockchain? Because some types of coin have different number and confirmation before the transaction. So ito, medyo more into the details of how the consensus algorithm works. So proof of work, proof of stake, all of those things. So paano ba nangyari yun? So all of those are coming from the back end. All of those is coming from the computer that solves those equations. Okay? Now, meron tayong, isa ito sa mga challenges kasi meron tayong tinatawag na meron akong term doon selfish miners. Na sobrang ganda ng kanilang mining rig, sobrang dami ng kanilang mining rig, halos sila palagi yung nananalo, okay, in finishing the problem or answering the problem. Okay? Kaya meron ding ibang smart contracts, ang ginagawa is they have a rule na if marami ka nang na-answer, we'll give chance to other. Meron din ganong rule. Pwede ka rin maglagay ng ganong rule sa blockchain mo. Okay? If you want it that way. Kanta naman yun. Yes, it all depends on the different smart contracts or consensus algorithm na nabanggit dito. Kaya importante ito. Okay? Kung gusto mong mag-implement ng blockchain technology, kailangan may network, cryptocurrency, the consensus algorithm, and meron ding reward or punishment. Which hash are we going to use here? The first hash or the first block or all files of the hash? I think you're referring to this thing right here na pinresent ko later on. Ito, dinemonstrate ko lang this morning, but in the afternoon, I will show you another one. Okay, na I think mas ma-appreciate ninyo. Hopefully. I only have limited knowledge about this topic, but thank you. Thank you very much, Celeste. Pwede ba ma-hack ang data sa blockchain? Like all system, pwede ma-hack. Ang difference lang is mas complex, mas dugay, mas complicated kung ma-hack man ang isa ka blockchain network. And during this time na grabe yung advancement din ng blockchain, tayo dito sa Pilipinas, may blockchain pala. Pero sa ibang bansa, grabe na yung research ng blockchain. may tinatawag na public, private, consortium, at saka hybrid blockchain na. Dito sa atin, Bitcoin. Okay. Yun yung palagi ko naririnig. I was one of them. Is there no danger? Pwede ba mag-hack? Is there no danger of two or more blocks being mined with different data at the same time, making a conflict or even feedback loop? At where the control algorithm comes to. Yes. Kaya, again, babalik tayo sa consensus algorithm na i-place in natin. Okay? These are the rules. These are the rules that we need to follow. Okay? So, meron ding tinatawag na smart contracts. It's part of a block. Sa block. Sa block or sa record, meron tayong ilalagay na program. Sa program na yun, these are just oversimplification of an if-else statement. If ganito, then ganyan. Okay. If ganito, then the more complex the smart contracts is, the more slower the blockchain network becomes. Okay. So, kaya when we try to implement a blockchain network, ang daming pa natin kailangan clear sa stakeholders kung ano yung magiging consensus algorithm. Okay? Kasi kung peer-to-peer network naman, I could say the government, universities, has a peer-to-peer network established in such a way, somehow. Okay? Hindi ko binabanggit, hindi ko sinasabi na meron ng dedicated computers for blockchain. Okay? Ito, I think, one of the talks pa to in the government. Okay? Pero possible. I'm saying it's possible. In the university, there are also extensive research on how to implement this in universities. Especially, for example, alumni tracing. Pwede. Okay? Kasi simple lang yung data, we just need to trace alumni. Okay? Kung saan na ba siya ngayon, graduate na ba, etc. Okay? So, we need to decide upon the consensus algorithm. This is the one thing that is, kung maging topic man siya, it's a different topic altogether. Kasi sa consensus algorithm, pag-uusapan natin yung smart contracts, pag-uusapan natin yung mga different consensus algorithm, pag-i-implement tayo ng mga smart contracts, etc. So it's a different, kumbaga, it could be a different form of a webinar or a dedicated topic din. Kasi crucial to eh. Ito yung pinaka-crucial. Kasi once you deploy this, once you place in your consensus algorithm, tapos na, yun na yun. Okay, wala nang backseas. Wala nang time suck, time first. Yun yung nangyari sa Ethereum. Meron tayong tinatawag na Ethereum Classic at saka meron tayong Ethereum New Platform. Okay.
Ayan, totally excited na po si Sir Rezvani Ibra dahil marami pa po tayong i-discuss. Ayan, totally excited. Okay, Sir Patrick, the screen is yours po.
Thank you po, Ms. Dana. All right, so welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone has already partaken their meal. Busog na tayo, hopefully, in mind and in stomach. Okay, so thank you very much for being back, and thank you for listening, and thank you for those questions kanina. It really helped me as in the academy. As a faculty, a professor in the university, one of the things that I really encourage my students is to really ask questions, because ito yung what keeps us professors going. In order for us to research, implement more, we need to ask all of the right questions para we keep going, we keep on innovating, we keep on expanding our knowledge or deepening our knowledge to a specific topic. There are certain questions in the blockchain network or about blockchain, about Bitcoin. I myself has no answer yet. Okay, so siguro later on, pag merong mag-ask ng mga questions na ganun, I would simply flag that question as the question that I also want to answer in terms of I want to experiment on those. Okay, now I hope everybody is well rested. It's one of the challenging hours of the day, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's one of the most challenging times of the day, especially if you're still work from home. Talagang challenging ang 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. kasi inaaway tayo ng antok. Okay, but we will push through. Okay, I hope the definitions and discussions we had in today's morning session have allowed us to have a more receptive. Yun yung ang first ko talaga na goal is at least you guys could be, or gals could be receptive and have an open mind. Take a look up closer when we talk about blockchain technology. Okay, hindi ka na kumbaga allergic sa Bitcoin. Okay, you understand the technology behind it. Okay, kasi ako myself, that is the reason why lumabas si blockchain, naging familiar ako sa Bitcoin 2012, 2013, but I was allergic to it. Okay? Because I did not understand it. Okay? So later when 2016, dun ko lang naintindihan na okay, Bitcoin is meron pala tinatawag na blockchain. Ito pala yung technology behind Bitcoin, behind Ethereum, behind all of these cryptocurrencies. Okay? I don't need to study the stocks of Bitcoin kasi yun yung doon ako limited. Okay? I'm not really, I don't enjoy myself much in investing sa stocks. Okay? That is my limitation. I enjoy so much when it comes to, I'm more passionate in development. Okay, so when I discovered that blockchain technology is a different type of database pala, okay, a different culture, tradition of database pala that is implemented by Bitcoin. Oh, this is quite interesting. So doon nagsimula. It's not just about crypto, but it's about a revolutionary way how we can store our data. Okay, we the users, tayo, the users of the internet, own a pinch or a part of the internet that we will use. We are no longer just consumers of the internet, but we are the provider of the internet as well. At yun yung Web3. Yun yung isang kakayahan ng blockchain. We are the internet. Okay? Not Google, not just Facebook, not just Netflix, not just YouTube. These are the tech giants. They have our data. Using blockchain, we can own our data. Okay, and we can be the internet. Okay, so hopefully that is clear this afternoon. The morning session. Okay. Right. So for this afternoon, again, the questions. Hopefully the questions have been answered. What is blockchain all about? What is the blocks? What are the fundamental parts? Fundamental components, why we need to understand it, the centralization part, why we need to be familiar with it as a head of, kahit na, let's say, baby pa siya sa Pilipinas, hindi pa siya masyadong pinapansin. Okay? It's a research area in the academy or in the IT field that is, I could say, masyado pang hilaw, na dapat pagtuunan pa ng pansin, especially when it comes to implementation here in the Philippines. Okay? So there is a lot of potential of the blockchain technology, the blockchain network to be implemented in the Philippines. How? We don't know yet. Or I myself is still on the verge of implementing, verge of experimenting on different ways to implement blockchain. Okay. So questions, that is, why we need to know it, what is Web 1, what is Web 2, what is Web 3, how does it work? So this afternoon is all about this. It's all about actions, okay? Working with key concepts or understanding more of the elements or what you call the fundamentals by looking at how it really works. Okay? Although the last 20 minutes this morning, we have demonstrated naman in a platform kung paano siya ginagawa. So ngayong hapon, meron tayong gagamitin that you could also use para mas maintindihan or mas ma-appreciate ninyo how the blockchain works, especially if meron ng peer-to-peer network. Okay? So that's working with key concepts. We will also take a look at some case studies, okay, that implement blockchain, not just on crypto, okay, not just on Bitcoin. Kasi meron na rin sa government outside. Okay, meron ng mga tinatawag natin private companies that want to use blockchain, that study blockchain to be used by government, okay, to be used by certain transactions. Okay, and lastly, like all technologies, okay, like all technologies out there, okay, there is always challenges, there are always limitations. So what are the limitations of this? So nabanggit natin kanina regarding the computational power. So that's one. Okay. When we talk about its limitation, we are indirectly okay, referring or answering to its advancements also. If limited dito, anong dapat natin gawin para ma-alleviate or para mas ma-answer, mas provide natin. Okay? Those are this afternoon sessions. I hope everybody is ready. Okay, because if you are ready, since magde-demo tayo, so you also would use the system later on. So remember, we have these 4 basic elements: the network, the peer-to-peer network. That's one. The cryptography, the hashing values, or the different ways to encrypt our data. Decentralize the network. Okay. A way to secure data by cryptography. A consensus algorithm, a way for the peer network to have a consensus kung ano yung panibagong block, ano yung panibagong data, ano yung recent data, and punishment and reward. Again, we cannot simulate the punishment or reward, but we can talk about it. Okay? In the simulation that we will be doing this afternoon, makita natin how this network, how cryptography and consensus work. Okay? As to the reward, medyo mahirap lang. Okay? Kasi wala tayong simulation of coins. We can simulate who wins or who can mine. Okay? But we cannot simulate kung sino yung mananalo. Okay? So that's it for this afternoon. All right, so so how can we implement our own system to run on a blockchain network? Okay, how can we do this? Again, you need the 4 elements. Remember the 4 elements: peer-to-peer network, cryptography, consensus algorithm, and punishment or reward. You need a blockchain developer, but more so, you need to agree on yourselves what the 4 elements would be. How would you push through with the 4 elements? Okay, so this is a visual demonstration. So bulk of the things that we'll be talking about here is what we are going to use. So in this afternoon, we'll explain everything visually. So yung na-explain natin kaninang umaga, mas i-expound pa natin by virtue of visual demonstration. Okay, all the elements of the blockchain, we will see how everything works. That's one. These are just 2 of the many ways to visualize how blockchain technology works. Ito yung ginamit natin kaninang umaga. Okay. Blockchain.io and Anders Brownsworth app. Okay. Now I will be using kanina ito yung ginamit natin, Anders Brownsworth. Okay. Today or this afternoon, I will be using Blockchain.io, and you are free to follow through what I will be doing. Okay, I'll be with you every step of the way. Right, so stop ko na to ating right, so that's the link for this website, Blockchain Demo.io. Baka ma-shock itong owner nito, no? Bakit biglang may 200 plus users of the platform. Okay. Miss Dana, can I hide my video muna kasi kailangan ko pumunta sa screen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead po.
Okay, thank you. So forgive me for doing this, guys. I just need to stop the video, my video for now, kasi I need to concentrate on the screen para mas malaki yung makikita niyo sa screen. Right, so this is the website that I'm talking about. So this is the blockchain demo.io. It allows us to understand better, okay, how a distributed database works, okay, like cryptography. Okay, in this demonstration, this is the technology behind Bitcoin. This demo will guide you through paano nag-work yung blockchain network or paano mag-work yung blockchain demo. Okay, so I have here, so let's go to each of the steps. All right, so first and foremost is these are the necessary steps. So you have here a block. Okay, so this is the blockchain. So this is the one of the first block. So each of this, ito. Okay, this is right now it's colored green because it's an accepted block. It's an accepted hash. And the rule of this hash is, as you observe here, the first three characters is that's the rule. That a valid hash would be the first 3 characters would be zeros. Now, since this is the Genesis block, ang previous hash niya is 0. Now, if I change this, mapapansin nyo na magbabago din yung hash and it's no longer valid. Okay? Right, so each block, okay, by virtue of the elements of the block, kanina we talk about the block has a data, a block has a hash, a block has a previous hash. In this example, this is the more profound explanation of what the block is. Ano yung data na meron sa block? Okay, we have index. It refers to the index, the number. Okay, kung saan siya sa sorting sa sort. Okay, we have a timestamp. Okay, we have the hash, we have the previous hash, we have the data, and we have the nonce. Again, the nonce is the number. That is the value of whatever the hash is. So, ito ang index. So, right now, this is what you call the Genesis block. Okay, etong block na nakikita natin, this is the Genesis block. Kaya ang index niya is not 0, it's not 1, but rather it's called the Genesis block. Right? Later on, pag mag-add tayo ng panibagong block, okay, it will create the indices pala. Okay? And we have here the timestamp. Okay? This is not the exact thing of the database. Okay? Picture a Excel, yun yung makikita natin sa isang blockchain na database. But this one is more of a visualization of the blockchain. Okay? Kaya visualize natin siya figuratively as a block. Okay? And we have the hash. Okay? A hash looks like a bunch of random numbers and letters. Okay? But it's not just random numbers. Okay? It follows a certain rule. Alphanumeric siya with all the value. We could actually add more data. But for now, ito lang yung data na meron tayo, the hash. Okay. Why hash? The properties of a hash are as follows. Has a fixed length. So if this is 100 characters na talaga yan siya. Kahit na blank itong ating welcome to demo 2.0. Kahit blank yan, it will always have 100 characters. Same data always maps to the same hash. Different data maps to a different hash. It's easy to compute because there are already hash functions. Okay? It's feasible to convert hash to data because it's much easier because of text. And a small change in data leads to a large change in the hash. So, kahit na space lang, kaibahan, kahit na period, kahit na comma, in all of those special characters, kahit yun lang yung sobra, kulang, mag-iiba na yung hash. Okay, and then a valid hash for a blockchain is a hash that meets a certain requirement. And this so happens that the requirement of this one is 3 leading zeros. The number of leading zeros required is the difficulty. Say, tatlo. So, kung meron kayo sariling, if mag-i-implement kayo ng blockchain, you will have to decide what the valid hash of this blockchain network would have. Okay, so happens that this one, leading 3 zeros ang iyahang implementation. Ang kanyang implementation, sorry. Right, so hashing function. So paano ba kinakalculate ang hash? This is more of a developer side, pero how can we trust that a hash is valid? So let me just simplify it. So a hash is calculated. Meron tayong tinatawag na hashing function. So ang hashing function takes in the index plus the previous hash plus the timestamp plus the data plus the nonce equal to the hash that we see. Okay, so for example, in this block, itong Genesis block, index is 0, previous hash is wala. Okay, the timestamp is this one. When we convert date and time to a special or to a character that a database can understand, ito yung value na yan. Okay, plus the data, which is what we have written. Welcome to blockchain demo, plus the nonce value, which is 604. All of this combined, ito na yung valid na hash value. Okay, so kung babaguhin ko itong 2.0 to 3.0, magbabago rin itong hash. Okay? Ganun ka somehow stricto ang itong cryptography method ng isang blockchain network. Okay? Kaya importante rin that we are not going to write a data that is, I would say, too complex ano ba tawag niyan? Too complex yung transaction. Okay? You need to dissect, you need to decide upon yourselves kung ano yung data, ano yung transaction na kailangan ang audit trail. Importante yung audit trail. Okay? Next. So, this is the previous hash. As of now, this is 0 because this is the Genesis block. Wala tayong previous hash. Okay? So, data, each block can store data against it. In cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin, the data would be include money transaction. So, yung example natin kanina, sino yung sender, sino yung receiver, ano yung amount ng Bitcoin or ng coin or ng money na pinapasa, yun yung nakalagay sa data. Now, you are not limited to money transaction. This could be, for example, a data is document tracking. Pwede ngayon. Pwede rin, for example, equipment lending sa government. Ang equipment na to, binigay kay person 1, nag-retire si person 1, binalik sa inventory, binigay ulit kay person 2 na bagong hire. Pwede rin gano'n. Okay? So, that could be a data itself. So, the data is the items. The sender, meron ka ring sender, meron ka ring receiver, meron ka ring items. So, that could be it. The items could be, remember, wag mong lalagyan ng, or wag mong masyadong lagyan ng too complex na data or too complex na information. Okay? So, pwedeng barcode, for example, ng item na yon or a simple description of the item. Okay? Wag naman, although there are certain researches or mga research na pwede picture, pwede video, pero as of now, let's limit it muna to alphanumeric characters yung data. Kasi yes, pwede later on, images yung ating data. But for now, let's just limit it to a alphanumeric data. Teka lang. Next is we have nonce. The nonce is the number used to find a valid hash. Remember, ito yung kinakalculate ng lahat ng nodes, lahat ng computer inside the blockchain network. Kung sino yung maka-generate sa pinakamabilis na makakuha sa nonce value, siya yung mananalo, siya yung magkakaroon ng reward on that particular node. Magkakaroon siya ng newly minted, for example, na Bitcoin, newly minted na reward. To find a valid hash, we need to find a nonce value that will produce a valid hash. So eto, this is proof of work. Kasi may sinusolve ang isang blockchain network na value, na mathematical equation. Hinahanap ng blockchain network na to, na sample na to, ang valid na hash. Kung sino yung pinakamabilis, siya yung magkakaroon ng reward. And then we have a mining block. So the process of determining the nonce is called mining. Ito yung binabanggit ko lang ngayon. Okay, we start at non-zero. So iniisa-isa niya. As you can see here, as it's demonstrated, the program, the blockchain network, the block, okay, the network itself, okay, hindi tao yung nagkakalculate, hindi person na kailangan pa mag-press ng enter para once there is no human intervention here. The computer does this automatically. Once you present your system unit or PC to become a mining block, to become a mining node. Okay? So it starts from 0 and keep incrementing it until it reaches the valid hash. Okay? As you can see here, ini-increase niya yung nonce value. Parang kung this is just a loop from 0 to the valid hash. Okay? There are certain techniques here that needs to be valid kasi yung iba may nagawang difficulty. So as difficulty increases, the number of possible valid hashes decreases. Okay? With fewer possible valid hashes, it takes more processing power to find a valid hash. Okay? Kaya medyo habang bumibigat yung isang blockchain network, pag dumadami na yung isang blockchain network, dumadami na yung data, okay, mas nagiging difficult na yung pag-validate ng mga pag-generate ng mga hashes. Kaya we also consider, aside sa proof of work, we have also proof of stake, proof of activity in all of those different consensus algorithm. If the hash of the block is invalid, we just need to click the mine because every time we make changes, again, it changes the hash. So we need to remind it. Okay. And when I have here the data itself, again, we are the one responsible to this. Kahit anong ilalagay natin dyan, pwede. Okay. The new hash will not have the 3 leading zeros. So if I change this now, katulad ng ginawa ko kanina, okay, magbabago rin yung hash dito. Okay. And the mutation effect. So a hash change will cause the mutation in the previous hash or subsequent hash. So for example, if babaguhin ko ang isang, if we have 5 blocks, and then babaguhin ko yung third block, it will have a mutation effect. Okay? Katulad ng binabanggit dito. So later, i-demonstrate din natin to. Okay? So this is how we add a new block. To be certain, write first the data bago ka mag-add ng new block. Okay? Write first the data, then click the add new block. Okay? So yun yung binabanggit dyan. Okay, so later mag-a-add din tayo ng peer-to-peer network. So mag-a-add tayo ng different peers. So etong binabanggit dito na peers, these are your, dito, pag dagamit ito, ibig sabihin ng peers 10, yun yung mga nodes natin. Those are the computers associated with our blockchain network. So later we will add 3 or 4 different people. Okay, or different computers. So happen that this is Satoshi. Okay, oops. Sorry. Ano ba ako? Peer status and peer yan. And peer. Next. So eto, peers ask for each other's block to determine who has the most up-to-date blockchain. So later on, meron din siyang mechanism na magbo-broadcast siya kung sino yung may pinaka-latest na block sa blockchain network. So it has also this capability. And lastly, itong communication line. So ito, it's more of a flow chart on how this blockchain works. So connect with peer, ask peer for the latest blocks. If peer block previous hash, latest hash is updated, so bibigay niya yung latest block. Okay. If ang kanyang peer has a valid block, it will append the block to the blockchain. Okay, and so on. Let's begin this. So first, for example, ito yung first valid block. So this is the genesis block. Okay. So ilalagay ko, for example, this is the genesis. So lalagay tayo ng simple transaction like sender is Patrice. And oops. Okay, hindi ako maka-new enter. So I'll just simulate a semicolon as the ending receiver is Zia, and ang napasa sa kanya is an amount of, again, hindi lang limited sa financial. Okay, so happens that I just nilagay ko yung amount. Okay. Okay, amount is, let's say, 1,000 pesos. Okay, so this is an invalid hash, so I need to mine it. I need to generate a valid hash. So I need to click this para magkaroon ng valid hash. So here, medyo mabilis kasi siya lang mag-isa. Okay, now I need to add a new one. So let's say I send another amount. Let's say from 1,000, nagdagdag tayo ng 500. Okay, add a new block. So right now, the previous hash is this one, 00060D2, and we have 00060D2. Okay, if I add another block, let's say we have a receiver again, and let's say dagdagan natin ng 800 or 250. Add a new block. So as you can see here, we have another block here. Third block, dagdag tayo ng naragong block. So let's say 250 again or 150. Until such time we have multiple blocks in this simple network. Now, kung isa lang ang gumagamit ng server, katulad dito, this is just Satoshi, this is the database, might as well use a single database. Might as well use a blockchain, not blockchain, might as well use MySQL or MS SQL. or Apache server, or Nginx server. Okay. Just use the Web2 the Web2 protocols for your database. Okay. Now, if I change again this one, kung merong user, okay, in Satoshi's PC, nakita yung kanyang amount, kung isa lang ang node sa blockchain network, I'm not sure bakit siya tinawag na blockchain network, kung isa lang naman pala ang node. Okay, just for the sake of demonstration, merong nakagamit sa PC ni Satoshi. Okay? At ang ginawa niya is, instead of 500, gagawin ko itong 1,500. Okay? So, it's now an invalid hash because nag-change na yung value. If I remove the 1, it goes back properly. It goes back properly. Gawin kong 1,500 yan, all other blocks after this block 1, maging invalid na yung lahat. Because remember, ang hashing algorithm na itong ginagamit natin is, let me go to hash. Next. Remember, paano kinakalculate yung hash? It's index plus the previous hash plus the timestamp plus the data plus the nums. Kahit na hindi, for example, nagbago yung data mo or hindi nagbago yung well, magbabago kasi but once you edit that, magbabago yung data, magbabago yung timestamp. Okay? So once we edit this, once we mine this, it doesn't mean that block 2 is okay, is valid anymore. It's not, since the previous hash is correct, okay, 1,000 or 3,444 or 00014, pero kasali kasi si previous hash para maka-create tayo ng panibagong cryptography or hash value for this block, naging invalid na rin siya. Okay, so we need to mine this again. The same time with this block 3, mine it again. As you can, kung titignan nyo, the previous hash of block 4 is 197B, which is this one. Once I remine this, valid na to, valid na rin to. However, the last block is still invalid. Okay? Because nagbago ang ating previous hash. Okay? Kaya tinatawag na ang data na malagay sa blockchain is immutable. Almost close to impossible to change. Because once you change it, every other blocks will be changed or will be forced to change. Kahit na wala kang binago sa block 4, wala tayong binago sa block 3, wala tayong binago sa block 2. Okay? So, ito na example, immutable pa rin to kasi nga nabago ko yung block 2 until block 4. However, okay, kailangan natin i-simulate yung number of tiers. Kailangan natin ipakita kung paano nag-work naman yung tiers. Okay? So if we add a peer, so peer here refers to another node, another PC in your blockchain network that helps maintain the data on your blockchain network, in your blockchain application. Okay? Mag-add tayo ng peer, automatic yan yung name niya. Okay? So if we go to this peer, wala siyang value, wala siyang Genesis block, wala siyang laman. If mag-add tayo ulit, okay, mag-add tayo ulit, walang value yan sila. So these 4 nodes are not connected. Hindi connected tong mga nodes na to. Okay, so this, although we have created Virginie, Emmy, and Baby, mag-add ba tayo ng isa, si Annie. Even though we have created this, these 5 are not connected to a network. So, paano rin sila i-connect? So, simple lang. In this simulation, you just simply click the main or this one, for example. We need to communicate. Okay. Once we communicate, once we are connected to the network, sinasabi natin whoever is connected currently to the network, so now these 2 are now connected, except for these 3 here. Silang dalawa lang. Okay? If you observe, Satoshi still has the valid blocks. Okay? And Virginie has not a valid block. Okay? Pero once we communicate to Satoshi, for example, i-check niya, I would have a broadcast kung sino yung makikita. So Satoshi's chain is invalid because Satoshi is the one, Satoshi has connected to you asking the main block, the Satoshi network or node for latest block. Satoshi sent over the latest block kasi kumbaga hinihingi natin yung humingi sa Satoshi kung siya ba yung latest block. Now, once we remove this, if we go back to blockchain here, makita natin si Virginie, Genesis block pa rin yung nasa kanya. However, if we transfer to Satoshi at we broadcast it to this one, this person, this node, Virginie, asks for the latest copy. Okay, mag-a-ask siya ngayon kung sino yung may pinaka-latest copy of the network. Then we can broadcast this. Okay, so meron na siyang latest copy. So ibig sabihin, the Virginie has the latest copy, no longer has the latest block. So if you take a look now, etong si Virginie, although wala pa sa kanya, I think we need to refresh this page because we have already added a lot of things here. Okay, kaya hindi nagre-reflect yung ating blocks here. Okay. So let's refresh the page and re-demonstrate para we can just copy and paste this. Okay. Para silang lahat because what I did wrong right now is nagdagdag na ako ng mga data dito sa blockchain without even creating these nodes first. Okay, so yun yung medyo mali ko. So I need to refresh this. Okay. And create the peers. Okay. Okay. Add na tayo ng peer. Okay, and all of these peers, okay, si Sugar, si Grace, si Earl, si Toshi, at the start of this blockchain network, okay, we will communicate. You will communicate and we will communicate. So lahat sila are connected in the network. Okay, so if we go to Satoshi now, if we make changes here, okay, makita natin yung blocks or data ni Sugar, ni Grace, ni Earl, ni Toshi, all of which has this Genesis block. So we go to Satoshi, add natin to the blockchain, sender Patrice, receiver Zia, amount 1,000. So this is, for example, the new block, the new Genesis block. So if we mine this, automatic, we can see the nonce. Automatic, if we take a look at Sugar, and distribute it, if we broadcast it, if we broadcast na natin to, let's broadcast this. Broadcast na natin. Okay. I think we just need to broadcast. Okay. They connected to Pure Sugar. Connected to Pure Sugar, asking Sugar for latest block. Sugar requested for the latest block. Sending Sugar latest block, and Sugar sent over latest block. So I think just ba yung nawa natin para hindi mag-reflect yung blockchain. Sorry, naka-disable di. Sorry. I need to send this to Patrice. Bakit hindi siya naka-disconnect siya eh. Okay, where are they? Disconnecting it lang. Okay, work na. Yun na, sorry. All right, so I was not broadcasting. I was naka-disable yung aking pag-broadcast. So when we add a new, as you can see here, when we add a new peer with this new Genesis block, kasi I edited the block, kaya pala hindi nagre-reflect because I am now an invalid block because I have disabled or I have changed the Genesis block. Okay, so when we add a new peer, okay, as you can see here, okay, when we add a new peer, okay, when we add a new peer, okay, Yan, yung error na yun si. May magulo kasi mayroon ako na disable ay hindi ko nalagay na value. Alright, so again, this is the Genesis block. I will not try to change it. I have now Kali. Sorry for the confusion. Ako mismo nalito because I forgot to include the broadcast receiver. So let me just add this connected to peer Kali. So Satoshi is now connected to Kali. I add another peer, Satoshi connected to peer Stan, etc. So Satoshi, Kali, and Stan are already connected. Now, if I take a look at the blocks, they have the same blocks, all of which has the same blocks. Okay, connect ulit si Kali, connect ulit si Stan. Okay, kasi dapat mag-communicate silang lahat. So if we click Stan, I am now connected to Kali. As you can see here, I am now connected to Satoshi. If I click Kali, I am now connected to Stan. I am also connected to Satoshi. If I click Satoshi, I am now connected to both. Okay. If I add another peer, si Jane is not connected to anyone. Okay. If I click on Stan, as you can see, plus yung kanyang icon. So I needed to click the plus sign para si Jane is connected to Satoshi. If I click Kali, as you can see, hindi connected to Jane, so I need to connect it to Jane. And so on. Okay, so all of these four now are now part of my node network or my blockchain network. So if I now add a new block, for example, that's the Genesis block, I'll not change it. Yung gagawin natin. If I add a new block here, it creates a new block, number 1, with this nonce in Satoshi. Okay, remember, Satoshi is a different computer. Kali is a different computer. Stan is a different computer, and so as Jane. But if we check Kali now, and since they are connected, they also have this particular block. Makikita rin ni Kali. Makikita rin ni Stan. Okay? At makikita rin ni Jane. Okay? So, for example, if I connected to Jane, and let's say, may bagong transaction nangyari between Patrice and Zia. Let's say 500 pesos. Okay? So, ang nanalo is si Jane, for example. Once we write in Jane, or lalagay na rin dyan, let's say nagpasa ulit siya ng 500 pesos. And we add a new block. What happens now is Jane is the winner. So this node has the ability, has the privilege to write the new block. Once it writes the new block, it then communicates to the other nodes on the blockchain to have a copy of that record, to have a copy of that block. Therefore, nung natapos ko yung pag-click sa add block, it automatically broadcasts the new data, which is this one, sender Patrice, receiver Zia, amount 500, with this hash, with this previous hash, with this hash, with this block number, with this nonce value, papunta sa iba't ibang what you call this, nodes natin. Okay, and that's what happened pagdating ng peer-to-peer network. Okay, and let's say, let's add another one. Let's say in Kali, magdagdag tayo ng panibagong block. Si Kali ang nanalo. Change natin. Let's change this to 250. Okay, and we add a new block. Okay, so this 250 again, successfully created na. Nakita natin that it's also added here sa pinaka-last na block. Okay, in the node of Stan, in the node of Jane, okay, and in the node of Satoshi. Okay, now what happens if someone is disconnected from the network? Let's say si Stan, na-disconnect siya sa network. So, na-disconnect siya kay Kali, for example. Okay, so if my panibagong transaction kay Kali, sender Patrice, and instead of 250, gawin natin 1,500 para maiba. Okay, and add a new block. So remember, hindi connected si Stan kay Kali. Okay, but si Kali and Satoshi and Jane, these nodes are connected. So that 1,250 1,500 pa lang, is still added to Satoshi, is still added to Jane. Okay. When we take a look at Stan, remember, si Stan hindi connected kay Kali. But if we take a look at it, andun pa rin yung value na 1.5. Why? Kahit na hindi siya connected sa node na nanalo, na naka-create ng let's say ng block. Okay? Since it broadcasts the node or to the block to Satoshi and Jane, and Stan is still connected to Jane and Satoshi, nakikita pa rin niya yung bagong node na yun. Okay? Hindi siya bidirectional. Yung connection ni Stan and ni Kali. It could also be omnidirectional. Okay? So kahit na hindi siya connected directly to the node of Kali, but since they are connected to the internet, they can still communicate as well. Okay? Now, let's say, may babaguhin tayo. Okay? Babaguhin natin yung amount ng block number 2. Let's say, instead of 500, ginawa natin, dagdagan natin ng panibagong 0. Okay? So once we mine this, again, hindi ito nangyayari. Rarely or hindi talaga nangyayari ito because of the certain rules that we have implemented sa blockchain. Sa isang block mismo. So, sa consensus algorithm at saka sa smart contracts, hindi pwedeng i-remind, hindi pwedeng i-change yung value. Now, once I change this value, it will also be required na i-change ko dito. So pagdating dito sa kabila, kay asan to nakorek si Kali? So pagdating dito kay Satoshi, remember we changed the block number 2, I think. Yeah. Block number 2, binago natin to 5,000. Okay, block number 2 yan Block number 2 changed to 5,000. If we take a look and we change it to Kali, if we take a look at Jane, block number 2, is that 5,000? Hindi. Kasi hindi siya na-broadcast because it's a invalid data. Invalid yung kanyang value. Why? Because according to Stan, according sa Satoshi, 500 pa rin yung laman yan. It so happens that it's only here in Kali na nagbago yung data. Kaya this one contains now a compromise data, but since it is decentralized, hindi na-affect yung data ni Jane, ni Stan, at saka ni Satoshi. They have still those values, the proper data itself. Okay? At doon natin nakikita, mas na-appreciate, okay, ang importance ng decentralization. Okay? No one holds the monotony of data. Okay, it's always a democratic na who has all the valid or who has the most exact data itself. Okay, so if we revert this back to 500, let's see. This works. We mine again, as you can see, mali pa rin yung hash niya, because remember, ang hash value dito, okay, is calculated as previous hash plus timestamp plus the nonce value. Okay? So, hindi mo talaga mababago yung data sa isang blockchain because of those rules and setup placed in the blockchain. So, hindi pwede basta-basta ma-change mo yung value. So, in this scenario, makita natin that if ma-compromise ang isang node, someone edited the value of one value inside the blockchain, even though i-mine ulit natin to, i-mine natin ulit dyan, okay, let's say 500 na yan dyan, okay, but still pagdating kay Stan, hindi pa rin yung, ginawa ko palang 500, dapat 1,000. Okay, let's say gawin natin 5,000, yung kay Kali. 5,000, I'll remind that, and remind this. Okay? Pero pagdating sa block 2, again, in Kali, block 2 contains 5,000. Okay? But in Satoshi's node, block 2 still has 500. Hindi na-affect, okay, hindi na-affect yung ibang nodes na andito sa ating peer-to-peer network. So si Stan still contains 500 sa kanyang node o sa kanyang block 2. Jane still contains 500 sa kanyang node. Satoshi contains also block 2, 500. Dito sa ating kay Kali na node, the block 2 is 5,000 and different na kanyang hash values from block 2 all the way to block 4. And these blocks are not duplicated, are not transferred to the other nodes in the blockchain. Kasi nga, sila yung may latest copy. In democratic yung kanyang approach. Okay? That is how we visualize a blockchain network. Okay, I hope by this demonstration, mas naintindihan natin how the different four components of the network, the four different fundamental concepts or elements of a blockchain works together to secure the data. Okay, it starts with your data, starts with your hashing algorithm, at ano yung hashing ano yung hashing calculation mo. Kaya nung nagbago tayo ng data, hindi pa rin naapektuhan yung data galing kay Satoshi, the different three nodes natin, because of this mechanism. Once data is stored in the blockchain, it is almost as if permanent. Kung gusto mo siyang baguhin, we need to, kung sa accounting pa, anong tawag doon? Correcting entries. Okay. You can just add a new block. You cannot edit an existing block. Never in short. Okay. But it all depends on the consensus algorithm and the what do you call this? The smart contracts you place into your blocks. Okay. So so before I proceed sa balik sa slide, any questions regarding this visual demonstration? See in the chat box. Again, this is the most challenging one. Okay. If a block can only be added, not edited, is there a garbage collection mechanism of outdated blocks? Yes, that is one of the, meron tayong tinatawag na blockchain network na ano tawag ito? Pwede, it all depends on how, meron tayong tinatawag na layers of the blockchain. Okay? So you could have, you could design the blockchain network na according sa rule, for example, magagawa ka ng rule. Meron kang tinatawag na smart contracts on a block. Again, smart contracts are programs that are inside your blocks. Okay, and that block, for example, I mean, that smart contract has a rule, has a code mechanism na if this is 2 years old, I will be placed in the archive blockchain. Pwedeng ganon. Okay, so it all depends on the smart contracts and the consensus algorithm that you have placed in. Kasi pwedeng ganon yung magiging setup. Okay. This, we cannot simulate coins here. Sorry for the limitations of this. Wala, hindi naman ako gumawa nito somehow. But we have simulated one, what data could be placed in here. Okay. Two, the previous hash and the hashing algorithm that we have selected. the nonce, and the how hopefully na-appreciate ninyo na using of blockchain, it allows us to secure the data, secure the network that contains our data. Okay? Kasi as a given example, Kali, although binago natin yung value niya sa block 2, let's say this is a compromise node in the blockchain network. It does not affect the data from Satoshi, Stan, kay Jane, because these three is more than one, so ang data nila ang pina-follow. Okay? Okay. All right. I usually use this to play around with some especially if I'm trying to explain it to new ones that are not familiar with blockchain yet. So this eases the kumbaga one of the issues pag gumamit tayo ng new technology is why should I trust it? Okay, why should I trust it? Okay, why should I trust GCash, for example, to have my money? Okay. So para ano ba ginagawa ni GCash para ma-secure yung data natin? So they have authentication, they have OTP, and a lot of those mechanisms. Okay. Security is impressive, but the DB maintenance takes time. Tama po ba? Correct. Okay. Especially if, let me just grab my video again kasi hindi ko na kailangan to tingnan ulit. Okay. Security is impressive, exactly, because in a normal database or a normal web 2 setup, okay, sinisecure natin yung access sa ating database. So ang cryptography behind it is nandun sa server at sa ating firewall and all of those things. Ito, sa mismong data na ilalagay mo, i-secure mo mismo yun. Yung mismong data na yun. Okay. Hindi lang yung infrastructure yung i-secure mo. Okay. But rather, the last bit of data, yun yung i-secure mo. So it is somehow the more you delve to the data, the more you edit the data. Again, data is immutable. Once it is placed in the chain, the blockchain, pag nalagay na siya sa database, na broadcast na siya, imposible na kayo siya baguhon. Unless you have a smart contract there na if mag-edit is si so and so, if ganito yung mag-edit, okay, pwede mangyari. Okay? Kasi depende sa contract na ilalagay mo. Depende yun sa institution. Okay? If meron kayong ganung fail-safe na requirement. Okay? Who is authorized to add peer? Also, who is giving the reward? Is giving the reward automatic and already programmed? Yes. Giving the reward is automatic sa network. Okay. So for example, if gagawa tayo ng PH ano ba tawag? K-coin instead of Bitcoin. Okay. So anyone with the proper knowledge of setting up a mining rig with we will partner with the Paycoin network. We will partner with some e-wallets. Okay? So ang gagawin ng miner is set up, then have ng account ng e-wallet na yun, or crypto wallet, or we call it crypto wallet. Okay? Para i-link yung kanyang mga devices to this crypto wallet. And then again, that's oversimplification, but you get the gist. Na rig, then crypto wallet, and then that's my wallet. So every time this rig or this computer wins or gets a new minted coin, papasok yun sa aking e-wallet. Papasok yun sa aking account. Okay, sa aking e-wallet account or crypto wallet. Okay? Now, who is authorized to add a peer? Again, depende diyon sa blockchain type. Okay, we have public, we have private, we have consortium, meron pa tayo na hybrid. So, pag-usapan din natin yan. So, kung sa public, anyone could be a peer. For example, in Ethereum, if you take a look at the Ethereum, Ethereum platform. Ito pala. It's the organization. Okay. Ito, you could apply as a node or you could apply as a an application developer. Okay. So ito yung ginagawa ng Ethereum. So Ethereum becomes a platform. Okay. So tayo ng mga developers, we don't need to exhaust ourselves to invest on the infrastructure. Hindi na tayo maghahanap ng mga computers na magiging node natin. Ethereum has already a lot of people around the world that volunteered their PCs para maging part sa Ethereum network. So ang gagawin na lang natin developers is we will create an application that uses the smart contracts that we have created in this platform. Okay? So yun yung magiging system. So itong si Ethereum is a type of public blockchain. Kung private blockchain naman, then again, it's part of the discussion natin later. If private blockchain naman, let's say, si Google, meron siyang ginawang counterproductive siya. Si Google meron siyang ginawang private blockchain. Sila rin lang yung pwede mag-allow ng kung sino yung magiging tier. If it's a hybrid, ibig sabihin nun, there are certain what you call this, certain rules kung sino yung may access. Kung consortium naman, later mas na-explain ko, pero in a nutshell, consortium is like this. Si Google, si Microsoft, at saka si Facebook, all works together, and one DOST government or DICT, for example, all these four work together to form a blockchain network. So sila, tawag doon, consortium blockchain naman. Okay? So they have, ito medyo kargado siyang friction. Okay, each of these four has different different motives. Okay, so they need to have a level ground. Okay, so there are a lot of different, kasi dati public blockchain lang ang alam natin, public blockchain lang yung meron. Okay, it so happens that since there are some limitations on the public blockchain na mayroong mga trust issues and may mga na-hack daw, for example. So nag-evolve, nagkaroon ng private, nagkaroon ng hybrid, nagkaroon ng consortium, at marami pang ibang magiging. I myself cannot say na hanggang dun lang yung blockchain na lang sa private, public, hybrid, and then consortium. I myself will not say na yun lang yun. I'm sure there are a lot of different more. Okay, a different way of the implementation of blockchain technology. Okay. Yun. So I hope I answered the question. Arnolfo. Sir Arnolfo. And Sir Hannes. Okay. And go back. Just hide this video right. Okay. Right. So it's already 2 p.m. but we can proceed to the next one. Hindi ko na makita. So I hope everybody is all 347 of us. Thank you very much. I hope you have kumbaga, after the demonstration, the visual demonstration, na-appreciate ninyo how blockchain secures our data. Okay? That even though hindi tayo magkakilala, hindi magkakilala yung people on the network, hindi magkakilala yung mga nodes in the network, okay? We can trust the mechanism. Yun yung bottom line. Okay? We need to trust the mechanism. We need to trust how it stores and keeps safe our data, how it is viewed, how it is transformed. Okay? Pag na-appreciate natin nun, kahit sino pa na organization, kahit sino pa yung magiging part ng blockchain network natin later on, if it grows, okay? We trust that no one, no organization can tamper with it. Okay? Because remember, these nodes, this peer-to-peer network, these are individual computers. These are not controlled by any institution. That's the value of decentralization. Okay? Next, sorry. All right, so now we hopefully you have a better perspective of how blockchain stores our data securely, redundantly, and immutably. Okay. The next question to answer is, okay, saan natin to implement? Where can we implement this technology? Where do we implement blockchain? Now, aside from where, we have this where. So it can be implemented anywhere. If you have a transaction, a simple transaction that must be logged, ito yung one of the most crucial criteria. Okay? If ang data, kailangan natin i-log, kailangan i-audit, may audit trail dapat. Use blockchain. Okay, shops. Obviously, di ba? Shops, we use it. We are already using it by virtue of the Bitcoin, the Ethereum platform. Payment transaction. We can implement blockchain technology. Okay. How about universities or school? Paano ba? Obviously, yes, kasi maraming data rin sa university. There is still payment there. Pwede pa rin, hopefully, payment of Bitcoin. I don't know how that will work, but how? Okay. How about alumni data? Once a student graduates, it would be beneficial if we could track kung saan na siya magkaroon ng saan siya mag-employed, may business, etc. Would be helpful to a tracking system. Okay. Or in my case, for example, as a professor, syllabus. Ganda sana, no, if every time there is a iteration of the syllabus, every time there's an iteration to the course outline, to the courses, for example, the curriculum, okay, there's an audit trail of the changes. We can see these changes. Okay. In government, obviously, we can. There are a lot of transactions. Okay. Document tracking. And there is also notary. Okay. Especially when I had experience na when I pass a certain document or a certain government institution, tinanggap ng so and so, and then nag-resign, and then hindi na keep track yung ating document or yung document mismo. So those type of transaction that needs audit trail, that needs transaction, that could be in a form, or we could implement it in a blockchain network. Possible. Any data that must be logged or tracked or audited, we can implement a blockchain. So ulit-ulit yung binabanggit na kung ang data is gusto mong i-track, kung ang data gusto mong i-log, i-audit. So consider, take a look at blockchain. Okay. Now, but before we go upgrade everything, every single centralized system we have in the pipeline, hindi naman ibig sabihin na wag mo nang tapusin yan. We will implement blockchain. Okay. The next question, or the question that needs to be answered is, when do we need to upgrade? Okay. Kailan ba natin masasabi na this situation, this transaction calls for a blockchain solution? Okay. It's not about the time, but rather the circumstances. What are the transactions? What are the situations that we need to fully adapt into a blockchain network? We need to ask these questions. We need to ask this very question. So I found this, or I have been following this. The study of Pedersen back in 2019 have helped us, for example, decide whether or not to implement a blockchain network. It is a series of questions that if you answer no, then you might not need to upgrade your system into the blockchain network. Okay. Now, it's quite essential na titingnan ninyo sa sobrang laki ng isang, for example, ng isang government system, you might just need a portion of that system to be implemented in the blockchain network. Hindi naman yung buo. Because if you take a look at the first implementation of blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, konti lang kayo yung transaction. Just money transfer, payment. Who is the sender? Who is the receiver? Amount and the timestamp. Okay? So, kung meron kayong naiisip ngayon na transaction na sobrang laki, you need to analyze it in such a way na liliit na lang yung data na ilalagay nyo sa system. Teka lang. All right, so let's go to this step by step. We have need for shared. Do you need a shared database? Multiple parties involved. Involved parties have conflicting interest or trust issues. Meron bang third party na trusted natin? Rules governing system access differ between participants. So, user access ang tawag natin dito. Transaction rules remain largely unchanged. Kumbaga, hindi nagbabago yung transaction kahit na nagbago yung administration. Okay? So, hindi nagbabago yung transaction. Yun pa rin yun. Kaya importante na paliitin or titingnan mo in a microscopic way yung mga transaction na gusto mong gawin or implement sa blockchain. Okay? Is there a need for a immutable log or unchangeable logs? A need for public access and transaction publics? And the last question is, where is consensus determined? So, yung consensus na yun will determine kung ano yung implementation mo. Permissionless public blockchain ba? Permission blockchain or private blockchain? Okay, so let's try to ask or dissect these 10 questions one by one. Okay, so the first question is, need for a shared database. Do you need a common and shared database? The first step when considering the feasibility of a blockchain solution is to ask if a database is needed to provide a required service. Okay, then consider if a traditional database, yung simple na relational database lang, can adequately meet the need. If so, you don't need to reinvent everything. You don't need to implement blockchain. Okay? Hindi pala kailangan ng multiple database. Kailangan lang ng isang main database at dalawang back database. Okay naman, we can do this. So if you can answer that na pwede na naman ganun, then if your answer is no, there's a need for a redundant database. That's a yes, then we continue on. But if there is no need for a redundant database, then no, do not implement blockchain. Example, hindi mo kailangan implement ang blockchain kung ang ginagawa mo na system is for a sari-sari store or a simple hardware store. Okay? Or a simple grocery store na isa lang ang branch. Okay? Hindi mo kailangan ng blockchain na okay na ang isang server, isang database, okay? Then dalawang backup database or backup servers. Okay? Don't need to have redundant database. Okay? Are multiple parties involved? Okay, so step 2 of the decision path considers whether the application requires the essential blockchain functionality of decentralized transactional database. Kasi multiple parties na involved. The second question that needs to be addressed is whether more than one party is involved in the database. Kung hardware lang, or let's say grocery store, you have the grocery management and the customers. Yun lang. Okay? If isa lang, or say yung inventory system sa store, the parties involved might be just the customers and the store itself. Okay? If the store is small, implementing a blockchain is obviously an overkill. Okay? Paano to multiple parties? For example, you have, let's say, a good example, government, PICT. Then we have barangays. Then mga municipality. So these are different bodies. These are different parties. And you could also tap into, for example, it's about I'm going into my example na nakita ko mababanggit ko outright. Let's say mga institutions sa mga jeep or mga motorcycles. Yung mga co-op ba yan? Hindi ko alam yung tamang term. Those organizations or groups. Okay? So there are different parties involved. Okay? Crucial ba na involved yung multiple parties? If it's a yes, then you might consider blockchain. Okay. The third question refers to whether we ask the involved parties have conflicting or interest or trust issues. Hindi sila basta-basta naniniwala. Okay? Different parties have trust issues. If salig naman ka, for example ako, I trust the university. I trust I trust CHED. So since I trust CHED and the university, we don't need to handle or create a blockchain network, okay, to create a certain application that would somehow allow us to collaborate between CHED, the university, and me as a professor. Hindi kailangan. Pero kung for example, meron akong trust issue, I cannot trust na they will not reply, for example, etc. I cannot trust them, or the university in the sense also has trust issues. Example lang yun ha, baka gawin yung realidad yun. Okay, or another institution. Okay, so if trust is an issue, then might as well decentralize the data so that hindi only university, hindi only CHED, hindi own ng other institution yung data. Ang owner is the nodes on the network, or nodes on the blockchain network. The unique advantage of blockchain is that it creates a trust-free ecosystem. Once the data is uploaded to the blockchain network, trust in the blockchain is established by decentralizing data storage. Hindi siya control ni numan. Hindi siya control ng university, hindi siya control ng other government institution. Kasi for example, kung university, the other institution will argue na baka tinamper niyo yung data. But since we implement it in such a way na blockchain network, the university, for example, does not hold those data. Hindi sila yung may hawak ng database, but rather the participants in the node blockchain or the blockchain network. Okay? Either of the parties involved in the system have a full control. Kahit sino sa kanila, wala silang control over the data. Since data, remember, is decentralized. Okay? So if you answer a yes, merong trust issues, okay, you cannot trust the other parties, then seriously consider blockchain. The fourth is answering the question, okay, so if we don't trust each other, can we trust on someone to vouch for us? Okay, can we just trust a bank for this transaction? Can we have a common third party that we both trust? Okay. Trust ba natin si, for example, Union Bank? Can we trust Union Bank? Can we trust BPI? Can we trust all of these banks for our transactions? Okay. You might say na yes, because they are banks. Okay. But for example, if that is not a bank, it's a different institution. Can we trust this institution to provide us with this solution? Can we trust, for example, Microsoft Excel to solve all of these things? If the answer is I cannot trust this because nagamit niya namin before, na tamper, na wala yung data namin, so meron mga trust issues on that third party solution. If the answer is yes to this, okay, ibig sabihin you move along. Okay? Kasi wala tayong common ground. Okay? Hinahanap natin in the fourth question a common ground. If we don't trust each other, can we just trust on a third party? If there is no common ground, we go to the next question. Okay. Step number 5 allows us to answer the different data access each participant or entities might require. Okay. For example, ako, professor, if I log into the application using the application that is powered by the blockchain network, the blockchain technology, ano yung access ko? Okay. All participants have the same rights, okay? The same access right. Okay. For example, if all the participants have the same access right, okay, or a relational database offers a more feasible solution. Huwag ka naman blockchain kung pareho lang palang gusto nyo mangyari, pareho lang palang gusto nyo makita. Okay, huwag ka naman blockchain. Pwede na relational database. Okay. In a blockchain-powered application, the application layer, yung ginagamit ng users, okay, yung nakikita natin, okay, smart contracts can govern different privilege in terms of asset measures. Or for example, if I log in as a user or as a manager, for example, of a particular institution, then I have this, ito yung view ko, ito yung access ko, ito yung access rights ko. Okay? So releasing of tokens, controlling and exchanging of tokens, receiving and viewing transaction, these should be talked about. Okay? Ito yung mga transactional basis. Ano yung mga transactions na gusto nating i-include sa ating application. Okay? So once we have that transaction and different transactions na yun, let's say a transaction to view data, a transaction to exchange data, a transaction that would somehow be how to control, to mitigate or create data, for example. Okay, so we need to understand ano yung different transaction, and each of those transactions could be placed in a what you call a not transaction, but rather each of those actions. Okay, pwede natin i-limit sa whoever is viewing the application or whoever is viewing the blockchain network. Okay. Now, if the answer is yes to this, na different parties require different views, okay, we need to move along. Kung no ang answer mo niyan, then blockchain is not required. Okay. The sixth question is, one of the most foundation. Okay. Ito yung binabanggit ko kanina, na kung meron kayong malaking transaction, you need to understand ang pinaka importanteng data sa malaki mong transaction. Okay, ano yung transaction na yun? Because step number 6 is the rules of the transaction does not change drastically. Okay, dapat ang transaction na i-include mo sa application, sa blockchain network, kahit na magbago yung administrasyon, kahit magbago yung leader, kahit magbago yung presidente, kahit magbago yung manager, the transactions remain the same. Okay? The level of transaction is still the same. Katulad ng the way we pay goods. Okay? The transaction is there is a sender, there is a receiver, and there's an amount of money. Yun pa rin yun. Baliktarin mo lang mundo, mag-change lang yung currency value, that's the same thing. That's the same transaction. Okay? If the transaction of the system, meaning the metadata or data of a transaction of the system is constantly changing, okay, or pabago-bago something because of policy, for example, okay, magbabago yung policy of it, then blockchain is not a feasible solution because once you place in the consensus algorithm ninyo, once you place in the rules of your blockchain network, hindi mo na mababago yun. Okay? Unless it put down ninyo, tapos implement a new one. So, tapos mawawala na yung data, the previous one. Because iba na rin yung kanyang transaction. Okay? So, question number 6, or step number 6 is quite crucial in understanding what really is the transaction that you want to include sa blockchain network. Okay? Question number 7 refers to, do you need a tamper-proof logging mechanism? Okay? If the answer is, lahat ng data gusto mong may audit trail, okay? If the answer is yes, then blockchain. If the answer is no, why not? Okay, why not? Okay, because as a developer, it is highly important that the way we audit is simply, number 1, the timestamp. Number 2, who recorded that data, who updated that data, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there is a tamper-proof log of historical transaction is particularly helpful for auditing purposes. So, pag blockchain yung gusto nating implementation, ibig sabihin we are giving more value in the audit trail. The audit trail of data. If this is crucial to a certain transaction, then seriously consider blockchain. Again, go back to step number 6 kung ano yung transaction yun. Dapat you need to focus it. Okay? Then, kung yung focus ng transaction yun, crucial yun sa audit trail, then, mas kailangan mo talaga yung implement sa blockchain. Okay? A blockchain not only stores current information, but also maintains a log history from the creation of that data to the current of the data, current data in short. Okay, that's question number 7. Okay. Question number 8, 9, and 10. So the first few 7 questions, this is about the transaction of the institution or the agency. Kayo, ano yung sinasagot mo to sa mga transaction na to? If one of the answers is no, you need to somehow maybe reconsider not implementing it in a blockchain network. Okay? Pero kung ang answer ninyo is somewhat yes to yes, pagkatapos ng 1 to 7, then you need to answer 8, 9, 10. Step 8, do you need a public access? Step 9, are transactions carried out publicly? Step 10, where is consensus determined? So, do you need public access? For example, if a government institution, then yes. Okay. Kasi kailangan the public must know of certain so and so transaction. Are transactions carried out publicly? Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay. Kaya itong step 8 and step 9, these are crucial sa imuhang consensus determination. So for example, do you need a public access? Yes. But are the transactions carried out publicly? No. Kasi pwede naman na ang access is, let's say, ang read and write access. Ang write access is only from the agency itself. But the view access can be done by the public. Okay? Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na different types of blockchain. Okay? These last 3 questions may help us determine if you need to implement blockchain. What type of it must you implement? Okay? So meron tayong tinatawag public, permission public blockchain, which is we call hybrid. Okay? You also have the private blockchain. Step 8 and 9, if you answer this with a yes, meaning you will implement a blockchain. Kung yes ka dito dalawa, need public access? Yes. Are transaction public? Yes. If yes ang sagot mo nito, ibig sabihin you are going to implement a blockchain similar to that of what is implemented in Bitcoin. So, kung ganun man, okay, consider using Ethereum the platform. Because Ethereum the platform already has the node, the network, the peer-to-peer network. Ang gagawin na lang ng developer is study on the programming language for creating smart contracts, which is actually Solidity. I think Solidity yun. Okay. But the last question is, where is consensus determined? Is it inter-organization or intra-organization? Or will it be better to be private blockchain? Thank you very much, Ms. Dana. Let me just share again my screen. Thank you for the 15-minute break. I needed that para makahinga ako makahinga ang boses at saka yung leeg ko sa pagsasalita. Thank you very much, Ms. Dana. Thank you very much for waiting, everyone. There are questions sa ating pipeline. There are some questions in the chat box, so I'd like to answer them para at least there's no rocks unturned, in short. Okay. First and foremost, yung questions sa chat box regarding would you recommend having a blockchain platform implemented amongst banks affiliated to BSP? I'm sure they have already are sharing some information with each other. Okay, I'm sure na meron na silang mechanism of sharing information to one another, to BSP and all of those things. Okay, I'm not sure if it's blockchain. Okay, because I could say na meron na silang ganung classic implementation. So kumbaga, meron na silang shared way. I'm not saying database because medyo strong yung database. There is a shared way for each of these banks or all those banks affiliated to the BSP to share among themselves. Okay? Kasi I think I could say na if I apply for a credit card sa ganito na bank and then hindi ako pinayagan, if pinayagan ako or I'm granted with that credit card account, okay? After a few days, certain banks also call for the same amount or the same limit of the credit card. So I could say that they already have a mechanism of sharing information of those things. Okay? I'm not saying gina-share nila ang ating personal information. I'm just saying that they they have among themselves, meron na silang way of collaborating with BSP. Okay, not sure if it's blockchain. Okay. There are even not being involved with, or rather government offices which deals with something with finances or should settle to data warehousing. Okay. Again, the struggle of data warehousing is the centralization part. Okay naman sana yung data warehousing. All of our data are stored in one specific location, in archiving those data by virtue of data warehousing. Again, the problem with that is it's placed in a centralized manner. Okay, so if we implement this in the blockchain, ibig sabihin agencies together with other agencies, be it NGO, NGA, and or municipality pa yan, or a city, okay, they are part of the blockchain network. They contain some information or some data, or all of those data, equal tayo lahat. Meron tayong access lahat. Okay, hindi pa may-ari ni big central agency ang data, na kung ma-down ang server nila, nga tayo, hintay lang tayo ng basbas, or hintay lang tayo ng information na okay na ang system. Okay, so if it's decentralized, then each of the nodes contain the exact amount of copy or exact copy of the database, or the database itself. Okay, so there are certain data, for example, financial planning. Why not? Okay, why not? Okay, bidding, for example, is another issue na palagi ko narinig sa news. Okay, bidding and the way of payment to suppliers, way of payment sa mga beneficiaries, and all of those things. So ang daming pwedeng, in reality, ang daming pwedeng gawing implementation ng blockchain, lalo na sa government. Okay, because the public is is in dire need to be more transparent, or to the agency to be more transparent somehow para makita ng public. Okay, so by using a blockchain, the centralization of data, if you can't trust the agency, might as well trust the technology behind it. Ito yung mitigation part. Okay, now since blockchain walang totally centrally nagmamay-ari, okay, we can trust that the data is safe in the blockchain network. Okay, hindi siya pamangayari ng agency, hindi siya pamangayari ng isang committee, hindi siya pamangayari ng mga itong committee. So the bottom line here is that because of those certain requirements, nagkakaroon ng branches ang blockchain. We have the public, we have the permission of hybrid blockchain, and we have the private blockchain. Now there is another question here. All online transaction are all online transaction using blockchain? I'm not. The quick question is no. Okay, pero hindi ko pa nakikita yung the way, for example, GCash, PayMaya, PayPal, okay, stores their data. Like I have not seen yet if blockchain ba siya or centralized. I will just give a hunch na centralized siya. Okay, centralized siya because if mag-down si GCash, mag-down si PayMaya, tayo hintay lang. Okay, we can't complain to Facebook na bakit wala GCash, hindi ako makalogin, hindi ako makatransact, etc. We can just complain over Facebook, over Twitter that these payment services are down. So I could say that these payment services are centralized in a way. Kasi kung hindi siya centralized, decentralized siya, even if the server of GCash is down, there are other nodes na decentralized setup that contains those data, so that I could still use the network. I could still use the service. Okay, I hope I answered the question, Ed. So Ed. There are more questions. Is the blockchain program already perfect at wala ng glitches? No. Wait lang ha. Is the blockchain program already perfect? Wala ng glitches. Front end, what we see, we the user, what we see, we still develop this as IT developer, dine-develop pa rin natin siya sa mga programming language na alam natin. Let's say web HTML, Laravel, the frameworks that we use and love. Okay, Flutter, all of those frameworks para magawa natin yung user interface at saka user experience. The back end and how to handle the data could be using blockchain. Okay, so is the blockchain program already perfect at wala ng glitches? The answer is the smart contracts that will be placed inside the blockchain network. Kasi ito yung governing program that allows the block to be recorded or not recorded, the block to be rewarded the coin or not rewarded the coin. Ito yung smart contracts na yun. This should be final. This should be the last final form. Kumbaga, yun yung final form, yun yung final rule mo in the consensus algorithm at the same time yung smart contracts. This should be quote-unquote perfect. Okay? Hindi mo na siya babaguhin. Kasi once kung gusto mong baguhin kahit konti yung rule na yun sa ginawa mong consensus algorithm or ginawa mo sa smart contracts mo, hindi mo na siya babago, lalo na if nag-take off na yung chain, yung blockchain. You can no longer change it. Okay? So, ang hirap na niyang baguhin, almost close to impossible. Kaya, but there are certain, there are certain usage or kaya nag-sprout yung different types of blockchain. But there are types of blockchains that we can't control. Kung public, talaga hindi mo na mababago yun. Any more? I think that's the last question in my questions in the chat box, but at the same time in online. Okay. So we proceed. So we have the blockchain types. We have public, we have private, or ito pala private, and we have hybrid, both public and private. Okay. Again, bakit nagkaroon ng tatlong tinatawag na blockchain types? It's because of this question. Where is consensus determined? Okay. Inter-organization ba? Both public and private, or intra-organization? If it's public to public, then just use public blockchain. If it's inter-organization, my private corporation at saka public need, then it's a permission blockchain, permission public blockchain, which is what we call a hybrid. Okay. If it's a no, intra-organization, inside the organization only, ibig sabihin, inside the office, inside the agency, inside the university, inside the corporation lang, then it could be private. Okay, so those are the three different ones. So let's go to them one by one. So the first one, the public blockchains. Okay, public blockchains are permissionless in nature. So madaling maintindihan yung kanyang smart contracts, madaling maintindihan ng kanyang consensus algorithm. Ang hirap lang niya is that sa pagdumami na masyado yung transaction sa isang blockchain, dumami na masyado yung blocks, mas somehow bumabagal yung way of accessing it. Okay? Thus, one of the challenges of public blockchain, yung issue of scalability and performance. Okay? So if you say public blockchain ang gagawin ninyo, therefore, you pattern the blockchain technology in such a way that it is like Litecoin, like Bitcoin, like Ether or Ethereum. Okay. Public blockchain allow all nodes. Okay. Again, nodes are computer. Okay. So hopefully by the end of this webinar, pag sabihin nating node in a blockchain, it's one computer, one device, one PC. Pag sabihin nating node, one PC. Okay. Inside a public blockchain, blockchain network contains a lot of nodes. Each of those nodes are computers. Each of those computers contains the data of all the valid blocks. So to have equal rights, so all nodes have equal rights to access the blockchain, create a new block of data, and validate the blocks of data being created. So yun yung sa public blockchain. Okay? So if that go, sir, if my question, for example, sir, kailangan ba sa public blockchain, kailangan ba sa public blockchain, meron talagang coins? Okay? As of now, in order for you to encourage users to be part of the blockchain network, kailangan mo sila bigyan ng reward. And the reward is in coins, and digital currency. If wala kang reward, mahihirapan ka to encourage users to be part of your blockchain network. Okay? Remember, hindi mo sila sweldo, hindi mo sila sinusweldo. Okay? In order for them to volunteer their computers, their hardware devices, their hard disk, CPU time, memory time, hardware time, etc., the storage capacity of their PC, plug in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, okay, to the internet, to the power supply, etc. Para magawa nila na yun, kailangan magbigyan sila ng reward. Hindi ikaw magbibigay ng reward, but rather, the blockchain that we have in station will give the reward in virtue of digital currency. You have Litecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and so on and so forth. Ang dami naman siya ng coins. Okay? Again, ito yung topic na I was trying to avoid. Okay, first when I was trying to learn, when I heard first about blockchain, because it talks about cryptocurrency, but it's just the tip of the iceberg pala. Okay, ang deeper understanding of this is blockchain. Okay, is Brave browser a crypto browser? Yes. Okay, actually, if you might notice, okay, I'm using Brave. Okay. So instead of using Google Chrome, Brave is actually a Chrome browser. Pero si Brave was created, I think, using the Ethereum platform. So lahat ng data, or if I allow it, okay, I could create Brave in such a way that this PC, this device, yung Brave browser ko will help me earn data or earn cryptocurrency. Ano yung tawag sa ano niya? BAT. Okay, yun pala yan. So Brave Talk, ito yung Brave Rewards. Ito yung tinatawag na BAT. So I just enabled it. Since this is my office PC, hindi ko pwede gawin yan. Okay, but for the sake of demonstration, ginawa ko na lang. Okay, pero I can disable this again. So Brave is a type of cryptocurrency na application. So front-end wise, it's a browser-based application, a browser application. Pero ang back-end niya, ang kanyang pag-deliver ng ads, I think, yun yung pag-intindi ko, the way I deliver the ads and token is in, the coins is what you call BAT. Okay. So why am I using Brave? Because it does not, sa Chrome, everything is open. Okay, sa Brave, I could say na, okay, I want to participate in these ads. So I have the power now. So if I participate in the ads, then it is paying me. Okay, I'm part of it. I hope I answered the question. Oops, sorry. Okay. Right, so that's the public blockchain. How about hybrid blockchain? So hybrid blockchains are, by the definition, are controlled by a single organization, but with a level of oversight performed by the public blockchain. It could also be other institutions are also looking at, okay, the network, okay, which is required to perform a certain transaction or validation. So ano ba magandang example nito? So this is a good example. So this is blockchain by Food Trust. So it is a very long video. This is not a long video. This is just 2 minutes, I think, or 7 minutes lang. Okay. Pero it's a playlist. Okay. Pinili ko lang yung part 2 because it highlights the blockchain network. Okay. And how it is being used to transform data in such a way that the public, the store owners, the agencies involved in food production can see, okay, anong nangyayari sa pagkain. Okay, so I will also place in, wait lang ha, tingnan ko muna yung chat box. Ilagay ko lang sa chat box yung ating link din nito so that you could also copy. Copy lang, and then I'll just paste in the chat box the copy of the video. Okay, let me just play this.
The way that a blockchain tracks and stores data is revolutionary. But this new technology is actually based on the centuries-old method of recording information in a ledger. Unlike a written ledger, or even a file stored on a computer, blockchains were developed to be decentralized and stored across multiple computers. Data is synchronized across a variety of locations and is tamper-resistant, which creates the most important function of a blockchain: trust in the data. Picture a spreadsheet that is duplicated multiple times across a network of computers. Then imagine that this network is designed to update that spreadsheet anytime a change is made to it. So who has access to your data on a blockchain? IBM Food Trust uses a permissioned blockchain, which means that the identities of anyone on the network are known. Participants also determine what data is seen by whom. With blockchain technology, we're headed towards a new.
Let me just repeat para kompleto yung subtitle. So thank you very much. Apologies, Ms. Beverly and Genevieve. So let me just repeat this para at least kompleto yung subtitle. Thank you very much.
The way that a blockchain tracks and stores data is revolutionary. But this new technology is actually based on the centuries-old method of recording information in a ledger. Unlike a written ledger, or even a file stored on a computer, blockchains were developed to be decentralized and stored across multiple computers. Data is synchronized across a variety of locations and is tamper-resistant, which creates the most important function of a blockchain: trust in the data. Picture a spreadsheet that is duplicated multiple times across a network of computers. Then imagine that this network is designed to update that spreadsheet anytime a change is made to it. So who has access to your data on a blockchain? IBM Food Trust uses a permissioned blockchain, which means that the identities of anyone in the network are known. Participants also determine what data is seen by whom. With blockchain technology, we're headed towards a new reality of transactions with trust, accountability, and transparency at their core. Now let's talk about how this technology is going to transform the food industry.
Right, so that is how blockchain is working with IBM Food Trust, okay, to implement the blockchain technology. The next question is correct. Ano yung next step nito? So let me just, sorry. Bakit ako pumunta dito? Wait lang ha. Technical difficulties kahit na IT. Check lang. Okay, let me just forward this to the very last step, or the very last option. Malaki na pala tayo. Right, so let me just play this. Let me just double check. Sorry. Yun yung hybrid. Wait lang. Let me just play. Okay. May technical difficulties lang ng konti. Nawawala yung aking Nawawala yung aking yung aking setup. Okay, let me just hide this view first. Kasi, ito yung that. Oops. Did I stop sharing? Yes, I stopped sharing. Present ko ulit. Ika lang ha. Technical difficulties lang ng konti. Going to share screen again. Screen 2. So this is the part 3. I'll enable para kompleto yun, para at least ma-understand natin lahat. Part 1, the part 2 of the discussion of IBM Food Trust. Using blockchain, makita nyo kung paano ginamit si blockchain para ma-address itong production. Okay. Okay. Saglit lang ha, hindi mo play. I cannot play the video. Let me just cannot play the video. Lang. Yan, technical difficulties yun. Sorry.
Using blockchain technology, IBM Food Trust is going to make our food system smarter and more efficient. Imagine being able to trace when and where, down to the second, the blueberries that went into a breakfast bar were picked, shipped, and eventually processed. Access to insights from this data is beneficial for growers, retailers, suppliers, and ultimately the consumer. If I'm able to say, yep, I know that the romaine in my salad is sustainably grown, safe to eat, and fresh, refreshing. So back to my data. A common question is, who has access to it? Within a permission blockchain, like IBM Food Trust, the user controls who has access to their data and to what level of detail. So when your data gets uploaded to IBM Food Trust, who owns it? You do. It's your data before you upload it, and it's still your data afterwards. You and you alone set the permissions that govern who can see your information. IBM Food Trust is more than just a piece of technology. It builds on existing systems and supply chain standards to create a collaborative, interoperable system that delivers value for everyone within the food industry.
Right, so that is IBM Food Trust with hybrid. So ano ba yung binabanggit nito? Okay, so IBM, although it's a very big corporation, it's a very big industry. Okay, it's a hybrid network in such a way that yes, si IBM na bahala sa nodes, si IBM na bahala sa mga computer somehow. Okay, so happens that it's hybrid because our data we get to upload, or for example, I'm a farmer. I will use IBM Food Trust. I will include the information of the food that I have been farming, pinaplant ko na food, etc. Okay, but I have control whoever can see this data in the blockchain. So if I will not allow, for example, this type of user to access this data or this rule, for example, so hindi pwede. Okay, using that, okay, so kita natin that the involvement of blockchain does not necessarily is in the transaction base of money. It's also in the food industry. It could also be in the food industry. Para makita nyo, for example, once makita na, okay, this particular plant is planted in this time of the year during this season, for example. Okay, makita rin, for example, na if a certain plant is makita na may contaminants, may pests. Okay, madali rin ba-track kung ano yung possible din na mga plant that is also infested. Okay? Because of audit trail, because of because of blockchain technology, blockchain network. Okay? And those, for example, those owners of the data, they cannot change. For example, nagkaroon matatrace sa akin na sa akin galing yung for example crop na yun. So I cannot destroy it. I cannot just simply deny it because the data is already stored there. Data is already there. Data is already distributed to the network. Okay, so this is an example of a hybrid blockchain. Right, so the next is the private blockchain, which may also be referred to as managed blockchain. Okay, these are permission blockchain controlled by a single organization. In a private blockchain, the central authority determines who can be a node. The central authority also does not necessarily grant each node with equal rights to perform functions. Okay, ibig sabihin nito, in a private blockchain, possible na walang nangyayaring reward system. Okay? Walang nangyayaring possible, I'm not saying na wala. Possible na walang reward system. Because ikaw nga yung may private institution na ang pwedeng mag-set up. Okay? For example, pwede any university can create a blockchain network. Kasi for example, during the pandemic, wala masyadong ginagamit yung PC, mga laboratory. Okay? So I could somehow harness the power of this PC to implement an application that caters with the blockchain technology or ang back end niya is blockchain technology. So ano yung mga PC ko? Ano yung mga node ko? The computer laboratory. Each of these computers will have a replica of the data. Okay, and so on. Okay, those PC doesn't necessarily mean to have kung sino yung naunang mag-create ng block, ma-solve yung mathematical equation, does not necessarily have a reward. Kasi nga, ako lang yung ginagamit. Ang university lang ang ginagamit. Okay? It all depends on you. Okay? Private blockchains are business to business. Okay? So, si Corporation 1 wants to try out blockchain, we could access it to Ripple, for example, or Hyperledger. So this is more into the business to business realm of blockchain. Okay? Specifically, if you don't want to recreate the wheel, okay, you want a new, it's not a NFT, it's not fun, it's not about money transaction or fee transaction. Okay, so ang ginagawa ng iba is kumbaga audit trail, for example, of real estate. Okay, wala naman yun sa public blockchain because the public blockchain somehow is more into money. Okay, so kung gusto mong gumawa pero you don't want to recreate the wheel, you can just make use of private blockchain. Okay, yeah, private blockchain. Next up is actually there is a new way or a new merong private, merong public, merong hybrid, and also there is what you call consortium blockchain. So again, this is another type of blockchain because private, if I would be a judge, okay, parang counterproductive naman yung private blockchain. Decentralized na yung data pero isang corporation lang pa rin. Si Ripple lang pa rin. Okay? So there's a counterproductive there. Pero there is also what you call consortium blockchain. These are permission blockchain governed by group of organizations. So hindi lang isa, hindi lang siya IBM, for example. Okay? Rather than one entity, as in this case, the private blockchain, however, setting up the consortium, merong mga different organization that is part of the bigger blockchain. So these people, these organizations have equal rights to the blockchain network. Okay? Okay? Medyo challenging na to because it requires the corporation or organization between the number of organizations. Kailangan nila mag-participate. They need to have a consortium. Okay? They need to agree upon the rules that will be implemented in the blockchain. Easier said than done. Okay? Which presents logical challenges as well as potential antitrust risk. Okay, yun yung mga one of the challenges of doing a consortium blockchain, lalo na if masyadong malaki yung mataas yung friction. Okay? Eh minsan we opt to create a blockchain network, establish blockchain technology such as for example Ethereum. Okay? Anong good example ng consortium network? Meron tayo niyan. Let me just there is a good example to that. And this is it. Okay. I go to the next one. Sorry, back pala yun. Palakihin ko lang to.
I was one is quite well known in the industry. People recognize that we are one of the market leaders in technology application for shipment management. We have customers across US, Europe, Asia, starting with them. Shippers all over the world are really looking at where their cargoes are, especially in the situation where we have disruptors. Many companies are managing their data in a silo. The informations are all sitting in different places. CargoSmart provide the capabilities for customers to really track and trace their cargoes. Shipping industry has been around for a long time. Shipment is quite complicated because that they are involving many parties and many different information assembled together. There are typical shipments. There are only 15 documents. If the documentation of the shipment is not managed properly, you will have delays in shipments. So there is a lot of the supply chain problems that you will see. Because there's so many different forms of documents used to exchange the artifacts, it has been difficult in terms of relying the timing and the context behind the document and people involved. To solve our problem, we need to have trust in transparency. All co-blockchains technologies actually provide that space platform for us. 65% savings in time of handling paper documentation decisions. Blockchain has many good properties that we take on the trust element, so which is having the global supply chain and people involved in different time zones and different countries. The Oracle blockchain cloud technologies helps us provide in real time a single source of trusted truth about the shipments. The way that we leverage Oracle technology, we are not doing use case by use case experiment. We are building up an infrastructure, which is a network platform to support multiple carrier terminals, customer order, all work together. This is a very different way of working in this industry. The Oracle Cloud is helping us to transform the shipping industries. Blockchain is powering the trust in the shipping industries, and Oracle Cloud is helping us to achieve that.
Right. So bottom line of this is that CargoSmart, I'm not again yung mga products na naririnig dito, the food, IBM Food Trust and CargoSmart. Hindi ako anong tawag yan? Stockholder. Okay, I'm not a stockholder. I'm not a endorser. Hindi ako binabayaran nila. I'm just showing you the different organizations that already have been implementing blockchain technology. So, see, CargoSmart is a system by Oracle. Oracle is a big company, obviously. Okay. But CargoSmart is such a way that it is using blockchain technology. Okay, we might say that kung part tayo sa CargoSmart, we can, for example, have a copy of that database in our thing. I'm not saying ganun talaga yung mechanism nila, but this is a consortium blockchain. So, a shipping company, the shipping company, yung mga padala, LBC for example, okay, these different parties, LBC, GRE Express, Ninja Van, something, those are, anong tawag sa delivery, courier services. Courier services, shipping companies, public institutions or kita, customers, and then the suppliers. These are three different people. These are three different guns. Okay, so each of this organization or institution, varying different backgrounds, varying different names or company brands, they form a new way to collaborate by using of blockchain technology, using this Cargo Smart. So possible na once they enter into the system, they have a somehow they can be part of the nodes of the blockchain network. Okay, they can be part kasi consortium blockchain nga siya. But this is a more kumbaga in my case, one of the clear sa akin yung hybrid, clear sa akin yung private at saka public blockchain. One of the most challenging lang para sa akin as of now is researching on how consortium blockchain be implemented in the university or in the local aspect. Kasi I personally I found this is just an opinion. I found more I found more hope sa consortium blockchain because it's very promising. Okay. All right. So if a blockchain is all good, okay, if maganda talaga yung ating blockchain, okay, why is everyone not using it? Okay. Although we answered it already using the decision tree. Okay. Now these are some of the many challenges of blockchain. But somehow this is more related to crypto than the actual blockchain technology. Okay. Number one is we have here the scalability, performance and scalability. So performance and scalability, the privacy, the interoperability, the power consumption issue, the selfish mining, and the I forget the term. Later I will explain what is this one. Okay, so first and foremost is challenges. Number one is performance scalability. As the moment the blockchain network took off, it will took off. Lilipad talaga yan na hindi mo na pwedeng tigilan pa. Okay? Increasing the number of replicas of the database can have detrimental effect on the throughput and latency because the network needs to deal with the increased amount of data, messages exchange, and processing. Okay, so the more data that you pass through, that you let your blockchain network allow, okay, the more bibigat as any of the data servers. Pababagal na yung network nila, they just add new servers. Okay, eto, we cannot control the number of nodes. Okay, maybe we have right now 10,000 nodes, but maybe that would be the 10,000 nodes for the next 2 months. Okay, see, centralized organization, they can just, pag malaman nila na kulang na ang server, they can just simply purchase a new one. Pero in a blockchain network, if 10,000 yung nodes natin ngayon, we cannot tell the blockchain network, oh, dagdag kayo ng bagong nodes. Unless there's a reward. Pero we cannot do that. So there's a challenge between the performance and scalability. So that's number one. Okay. Two is privacy. There is a privacy issue regarding like all, okay, lahat naman siguro. Okay. Security issue. Okay. There is no such thing somehow as a perfect system. Okay. In the blockchain, if magsa-search ka if you search in Google for failed blockchain technologies kasi na-hack, etc., because there is, okay, lahat ng system, if hindi masyadong if hindi secure ng developers, ng mga stakeholders, there will always be a risk, okay, of it being hacked. Okay, so there is a constant need to update. There's a constant need to upgrade. Okay, so sometimes what blockchain developers do is they add new contracts, new rules to the not actually add because hindi mo na pwedeng i-add actually. Okay, they eventually just need to understand the very core of the transaction. Ano ba talaga yung gusto nating i-record? Okay, next is interoperability. Okay. Katulad ng binanggit kanina sa video. Okay, each shipping companies have a different way of systematically recording of data. Okay? Si Shopee og sila dyan ay different way of transacting data to us. Okay? Many industries are currently interested in adopting blockchain technology solely for the purpose of interoperability. However, there is no standard protocol that will allow them to collaborate and integrate with each other. So ito yung medyo one of the challenges before. This is way back in 2018. Okay? Kasi sa sobrang silo, sa sobrang bago ni blockchain before, okay, paano ba makipag-collaborate niyan? Paano ba yung collaboration in part? Okay, so if there's a blockchain network, there's already an established blockchain network, how can I insert para makita ko rin yung gusto ko makita in the blockchain network? Because I'm a right provider, for example. Okay, so more and more research is happening. Okay, kaya nangyayari mas magkakaroon tayo ng panibagong evolved form, Pokemon pa ni, evolved form ng blockchain. Not anymore just the public blockchain. Not anymore just the private blockchain. Not anymore just the hybrid blockchain and the consortium blockchain. So these are different dynamics. Pwede mong studyhin kung paano yung different ways of governing and distributing data of the node. Okay. Challenges number 4, which is the most common, the most issue. Okay, lalo na dito sa Pilipinas atin, that energy is a meron tayong kuryente pero hindi yung tipong mura. Okay, sobrang mahal ang ating kuryente and somehow dirty din because if we are dependent on coal. Okay, the proof of work, the POW algorithm, has enabled Bitcoin to perform transaction among peers in trustless, distributed, decentralized environment. However, itong algorithm na to, the miner computers are consuming a huge amount of electricity energy. So yes, kaya maraming mga blockchain enthusiasts, mga miners in the Philippines, pero mapildi, matatalo sa energy consumption. Because yun nga, if you are invested in this mining rig, okay, you need to understand that habang tumatagal yung isang blockchain network, mas naging complicated, mas naging complex yung data na sinosolve sa proof of work. Okay? In return, mas marami yung pinukonsume na energy at sometimes it does not warrant you of a reward. Kasi, remember, marami kayong gumagamit ng or nag-race para ma-solve yung particular equation in a POW setup or algorithm, consensus algorithm. Okay, this one, selfish mining. Selfish mining is an unfair method of mining pools. Okay? Just like some of the people na nakikita ko sa na naging main source of income nila ang pagmamine ng Bitcoin. Okay? They purchase acres of land, hectares of land to set up a warehouse na parang gumagawa na sila ng sariling data center. Pero mining rig lang. Okay? So selfish mining yun. It's the process of an unfair method of mining pools to increase block reward. So para ma-assure nila na sila yung palaging mananalo, instead of having just 20 or 100 computer mining rigs, they have thousands and thousands of mining rigs para mas malaki yung chances of winning the reward. Okay? Now, how does blockchain eliminate this? So there are certain blockchains that contain smart contracts. Na ang smart contracts na yun, if ikaw yung nanalo, for example, pero there's a certain rule that if, let's say, for example, if you consecutively won this in this span of time, then give chance to others. Okay, pwede rin ganun nangyari. So merong pwedeng gawing smart contract. Okay. I believe someone is about to invent a special semiconductor chip dedicated to blockchain operations to address concerns in power requirements and costs. I believe so, sir, also, kasi we are still a lot of our GPUs and CPUs are still in the processing method as a kung anong ginagamit natin sa computer. But wala pang dedicated CPU at GPU na ang iyang purpose lang yun is to solve POW or to solve POS or proof of stake. Okay, those type of rigs. Hopefully sana meron later on. Kaya nga, this blockchain is an emerging technology. Ang dami pang innovations na hinahanap. Okay? Ang inagawa pa lang. Okay? And lastly is regulation problem. Okay. In red, I have the link there. This is the resources. So in red are the countries that deregulates. Okay? This is more into Bitcoin, okay, or digital currency. Na it's not legal to own a Bitcoin in this country. Okay? We have Russia, Algeria, and some parts of the world. Okay, Pilipinas, wala tayo kasi we are okay. Okay. So China restricted, although sa China maraming miners. Okay, it's restricted, but yeah, get the gist. Okay, but this is limited to Bitcoin only. Okay, because ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is not Bitcoin, but rather the blockchain network. Okay, so regulation problems in terms of the Philippines, in terms of blockchain technology, wala talaga siyang friction. Pero later on, if marami nang gumamit ng blockchain technology, our legislators will, like for example, what happened to the Data Privacy Act, okay? So, or law, so data privacy law. So kumbaga it's hindi naman sa too late, okay? But rather it was marami nang nangyari bago na put up yung law. Okay? The same way in blockchain, the moment this technology is embraced by the Philippines, placed by the local governments or the government itself, the institution itself, siguro saka natin makita yung mga different regulation na okay, dapat kung mag-create ng blockchain technology, ganito, ganyan, etc. Okay, so nasa huli yung parang what there is effects already. Yun. So Sir Duquesne has one of profound insights. China once has actually cracked down into Bitcoin miners because yes, talagang ano tawag yan, dinibdib na talaga nila yung pagiging Bitcoin miner. Because wala ka talagang gagawin eh. Medyo mura lang kasi yung kurente nila. Okay? You just need to turn on your Bitcoin or your Jupiter miners. And that's it. Let the money flow. It's really a passive income for, if you take it in a sense, it's really a passive income. Okay, so those are the blockchain types and the challenges of blockchain. So we need to answer when. So these are the different blockchain types. So if an understanding nito is that later on, if you ask among yourselves as an institution, kailan ba pwedeng, ito yung palagi kong tinatanong sa sarili ko when I wanted to pursue a research, a document, or an application, can I do this in blockchain? So paulit-ulit ito, palagi ko na itong, parang na-memorize ko na sa back of my mind. Every time there is a client that talks about a certain application, a certain inventory system, or a system, okay, kahit na alam ko hindi required na gawin siyang blockchain technology, I always have this in mind, itong 10 questions na to. Kaya naman, shared common database, na multiple parties involved. So if the answer is no, then blockchain is not really needed. Okay? But if the answer is yes, up to the last 7 questions, then seriously consider what type of blockchain it is. Is it public? Okay? So dapat itong 7 questions, you will answer this in a yes. Or somewhat yes. Okay? Not necessarily exactly 100% yes, but pwede na rin yung somewhat yes. Pag dumating ka sa 7 question, 1 to 7, you have yes. Okay. 8 and 9, you might have yes or no. Dito na nagkaka-branch out kung anong klaseng blockchain ba yung i-implement mo. Is it a public blockchain, permission blockchain, or hybrid blockchain, or private blockchain? Mali ang aking information sa public blockchain, dapat walang tao sa taas. Dapat pantay lahat. Okay. Mali yan. Okay. Hindi ko kasi ma-remove. Right? So these are my resources. I have already separated the slides for AM and PM. Bibigay ko na lang sa DICT kay Ms. Dana later on. And I'll let the Ms. Dana DICT to distribute it. Okay. I will also update the slide in such a way that maglalagay lang ako ng notes. Kasi sanay akong mag-present in such a way that it's only icons. Okay. So wala kasing notes na nakalagay. So I just somehow memorize some of the things here. Okay. Lalagay lang ako ng notes para at least hindi lang siya icons yung nakikita nyo. And we will upload this in maybe the groups, Facebook group, or in the DICT na kay Ms. Dana, for example. Okay, so as for today, these are the things that I have talked about: what blockchain is, why decentralization is needed, or why decentralization of blockchain is effective, and how does, kung we cannot trust blockchain, we dissect in how it does that's the decentralization part. Paano ba ginagawa ni blockchain ang pag-store ng data? So hopefully nakita nyo na once data is inserted sa blockchain, hindi mo na pwedeng baguhin yun. Hindi mo pwedeng change yun because each data is connected from the beginning. Okay? We also answered, okay, so if I want to seriously consider blockchain technology in my application, when is the right time? So babalik tayo sa 10 questions na yun. Okay? And lastly is where. We answer this in a sense na pwede kahit saan pwede i-implement sa blockchain as long as you satisfy the 10 questions. I'm open for some questions in the pipeline kung meron man kayong questions. Thank you very much for listening. Okay. Sakong-sakto yung aking 3:37. Ms. Dana.
Yes, Sir Patrick. Thank you so much for that. And I'm sure napakaraming information ang nakuha ng ating audience. And if you have questions for Sir Patrick, baka may pahabol pa po tayong mga katanungan, please do type it on our chat box or on our Q&A facility. Yeah, more learnings to come po, sir. Sabi ni Sir John.
From Dale, how do you explain blockchain technology to someone who doesn't know it? Actually, I tried it. I tried to explain it to. I tried before this was presented by or asked to me by Sir Ezekiel. So I did a parang experiment. Okay, so I have a yaya ng aking dalawang chikiting. So I tried to explain it to her. Pag maintindihan niya, then maybe I have a chance to simplify it more. Okay, so the way ang hirap kasi explain sa kanya, but the least that I have, or the closest that I have explained it is like if maglogin ka sa Facebook, ito yung parang if you log into Facebook, every time you post, yung post mo goes where? Okay. Sasabihin ng it goes to the database of Facebook, to the data centers of Facebook. Facebook has that data. You don't store that data. Si Facebook ang nag-store ng data ngayon. Okay? Now, if something happens to Facebook, then that data will be lost. Okay? Pero in a blockchain, since there is no sole authority of the blockchain network, walang may-ari talaga nun. Okay? If one of the computers in the blockchain network is lost, you still have the data. The redundancy. Kumbaga yung pinupunto ko na redundancy. Okay, so that is how I roughly differentiate centralized system to a decentralized system using blockchain. Another one is, pwede pa ba gamitin ng blockchain technology sa land registry? Exactly. Okay. Ito yung land registry, transcript of records, birth, and illegal certificate. Yes, kasi one of the, tawag nito, the oldest recording is notary. Okay, we trust di sa Pilipinas or any elsewhere, pag meron tayong document para masabi na yung document na yun is valid, we go to any authority na in-endowed ng Pilipinas na siya yung isa sa mga authority, like for example attorney, kaya nagpapanotarize kayo sa kanila, so they have notary public. Okay, so ang ginagawa sa blockchain, we also have what we call digital certificates by virtue of blockchain. At kaya din yung gawin ng blockchain. So land registry, transcript of records, yes, and birth certificate and any legal certificate, all of these certificates, documents, okay, pwede. So kung titingnan mo, kung estudyante ka ngayon, kung estudyante ka na nakikinig, and then you're looking at ano ba yung maganda kong thesis topic? These are the great thesis topics. Okay? Kasi wala pa ito na-implement sa Pilipinas. Ano ba yung land registry ng Pilipinas implement using blockchain? Ano kaya yun? So those are actually one of the, kumbaga, as a professor, as a faculty, ito yung best seat in the house na makita yung progress ng blockchain, okay, in the Philippine setup. Okay. Second question is, na-discuss na po ba ang smart contract and GAS? What happened if the fee in smart contract costs more than in gas? Na-discuss ko somehow ang smart contracts, okay? But I discussed it in a rough definition. Okay? Smart contracts are programs inside our blocks. Okay? Now, if it reaches, if the data of that particular block reaches a certain condition within the smart contract, okay, then it executes something. Okay, it is para siyang hybrid, para siyang artificial intelligence. I'm talking about artificial intelligence, pero hindi naman talaga siya artificial intelligence, pero closely to it. Okay. Para siyang state agent na pag ganito yung data, automatic na si smart contract mag-push through. Okay? And I have not discussed GAS. Sir, related po ba ang blockchain sa data engineering? Closely related. Okay? They are somehow one of the very, para siyang, you cannot talk about blockchain without talking about data engineering. Okay? So they are two things that kaya nga binanggit ko kanina, you need to understand the very transactions that you want to include sa blockchain network mo. Somehow data engineering din yun. Parting sa data engineering. Okay, so Sis Celeste, ano po pwedeng i-suggest nyo na supplementary materials or courses po for in-depth study for blockchain in its related topics? So if you're if for example, bit biased, if IT developer ka, then start playing around with Ethereum. Okay, start playing around with the solidity the programming language. Okay, but if hindi ka IT related, hindi ka IT developer or the IT field, okay, ano yung moving up mo? Ano yung next in line mo? Okay. So you might want to investigate on existing systems or investigate on existing topics or topics, systems, okay, na pwede mong i-transform into, okay, pwede kaya to implement sa blockchain network. Okay, so other people also, if once they learn about blockchain, naging interest na sila sa crypto. Now again, I'm not leaning towards crypto, but if you want, you could also take a look at crypto. Paano ba yung kasi essential kasi si reward na element sa blockchain. Okay, how does this reward encourages more nodes in your network? Kasi the more nodes you have in the blockchain network, the better the performance somehow of your blockchain application. Kasi kung wala kang nodes, walang ma-entice sa mga people in the internet to be part of your network. Yun. So yun yung Celeste. So if ever nare-remove mo sa blockchain ang node mo, may digital footprint ba doon na data sa hard drive ng node na possible na makuha ng data? I would say yes. Hindi naman talaga ma-delete talaga yung data unless talagang i-destroy mo yung PC mo. Okay? But there is always a digital footprint in all of the lahat ng ginagawa natin over the internet, over the network. There is a digital footprint. Hindi lang natin alam. Okay? But there is. Okay? Encryption and blockchain are the same, not so much, kasi si encryption is just part of the many ingredients to create blockchain. Ano ang main purpose ng blockchain? It's more into decentralization of data. Kasi ang problem ngayon is big corporations. Kahit na sabihin natin the internet is free. Okay? The internet is actually not free. We are paying with our personal data. Login with Facebook, personal data. Order sa Shopee, personal data. Okay? You might say na nagbayad mo kung cash, but rather, if you observe, if you search in Shopee, if you search in Lazada, if you order in Foodpanda or GrabFood, after a day, pagtingin mo sa Facebook, pagtingin mo sa Google searches mo, pagtingin mo sa mga web pages, ang mga advertising or ads is all about you. Okay? Tailored perfectly sa personality natin. That is why when I look at my wife's Facebook page, I see different ads compared to mine. Okay? Very tailored na yung, kasi they have the data. Centralized masyado yung data. They don't share this data elsewhere aside sa mga businesses kasi ads, targeted ads. Okay? Maganda ito integrate especially sa mga senior high school students as part of their research or capstone project. Yes. Pero baka ano pa, yung tawag na yan, baka masyado pang, although it's nice that senior high school students will be aware of this technology, better nga kasi pagdating ng college, they have a better, more profound understanding because sometimes, pag sabihin kong blockchain sa aking mga student, they automatically think of, Bitcoin, sir? Crypto, sir? Not so much. Kaya parang pinipilit mo sa dito, wag muna sa crypto. Dito muna tayo sa blockchain technology. It's not about just crypto. Okay, the reward part is important to make volunteers give up some of their time. Exactly. Kaya importante yung reward system. Okay. Kung ayaw mo ng reward, then you might consider private blockchain or yung consortium blockchain or what you call hybrid blockchain. Okay. Pero not totally, kahit na sabihin natin hybrid blockchain or consortium blockchain, there is also a reward there. Okay. Pero if gagawa ka ng sarili mong blockchain technology, sarili mong, for example, crypto, you need to decide, okay, meron bang reward system o not? Okay? Kasi crucial yung, kung wala kang peer-to-peer network, wala namang volunteer sa computer mo, kasi wala mang volunteer sa blockchain technology mo, kasi wala kang reward, okay, babayaran mo lang, okay, medyo tagilid tayo doon. How effective would it be if government offices use blockchain to connect one another? Which transaction? That would be one. Which transaction are we referring to? Kasi if all transaction, medyo masakit atong batok ani. Sasakit yung batok natin para i-implement to lahat. Okay? Pero if there is one transaction na very crucial that we need to tell the agency, ito yung data namin, what transaction is done? I'm not in the government, so I cannot say kung anong transaction na yun. Okay? So, for those who are here in the government, you might see, kung i-contact mo si DOST, contact mo si DICT Central Office. i-contact mo siya sa different agencies. Ano yung gusto mong i-transact na in such a way na ito pa rin yung transaction kahit mag-change yung administration. So if you can answer that, then we might say that blockchain would be a better way to go. Sir, crypto versus cash, which would you choose? Right now, kasi may misis ako, cash. Pero if I have remember, Facebook is really thriving the Web3. Gumagawa na sila ng metaverse. In the metaverse, you can only buy using digital coins. If you watch the video, the movie Ready Player One, sorry. Although it's very animated, fictional, makikita mo ang glimpse and parts of what Web3 is. Okay? Makita mo doon yung good examples ng Web3. Okay? Especially when it comes to digital currency. Purchase mo online, magamit mo yung digital currency online. Okay?